Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Dahil mihi Anglican po in Service Latino.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It is good to be here today.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome. It is Wednesdays. It's just one Wednesday. Wednesday, singular. If it were two Wednesdays, it would be too much. But one Wednesday is enough. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. My name is the Recovery Addict. Thank you so much for being here. It is good to be here with all of you. I'm looking forward to today's trial as we progress in this Wisconsin versus Zachariah Anderson trial. He gets better every day. It's really good. Let's see. We have a few people in chat already. None so important today as MCAT. MCAT, congratulations. Thank you for being first in chat today with that hi, lowercase hi. That's all it takes. You have won the internet. I will say it was probably tenths of a second, if not less, between you and Sharon McDonald coming in with a capital hi. But we're not grading on grammar or punctuation or any other sentence structure. Content is all that's needed, and hi was enough, even lowercase. So MCAT, you have won the internet today. Congratulations. Thank you so much for being first in chat, breaking the ice, letting everyone else know to come on in. The water's fine. This is a fun place to watch the trial, and it's a great place to chat as well. I think you'll like it. All your friends are here. So thank you, MCAT. We're going to go ahead and re-gift that to you today. Appreciate you. We have roll call today. You did hear I did get the sound effect at the last minute.
Dahil mihi Anglican po in Service Latinos.
Yes, that's how we ended yesterday with a lesson in Latin from the judge after he schooled the attorneys for using the wrong Latin term on their writs, asking for additional witnesses to be brought in. So I think he's going to let it slide this time, but they probably have to do better on the next one. So this is going to be fun. It's going to be a good day. Let's see who we have in chat today. What am I missing? I'm missing something. Let's see. Everything's working. I am missing. I'm missing a view somewhere. Let's get that fixed. Chirp. Okay, I think we're all the way down here. Yes, okay. So that one's set up.
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a camel. I'll get the other one set up here in a minute. I think I'm right. I have to say, I'm not sure if anyone here is named Caesar. But if you are, beware. Today is the Ides of March. The Ides of March, which was, I guess, the day that Caesar had his friends turn on him and stab him in the back. Hopefully nothing like that happens here, but possibly in court. You never know what's going to happen. Zachariah may face somebody on the witness stand who he thought was on his side, who turns out to be against him, and how poetic if it happens on the Ides of March. Anyway, let's move on with roll call as we need to get started. We have a fun day planned today. See, MCAT obviously here with the internet in your ownership now. Sharon McDonald, Picky is here. Shells, good morning to you. Michelle Phillips. Denny's here. Good morning to you, Denny. Marilyn Skull, good morning all. Deborah Thurlby. Got it. Fourth try. It's early in the morning, Deborah. Sorry about that. Let's see. Ritz is here. Good morning to you as well. Terry K. Shout out to JB, says Sharon McDonald. Yes, big shout out to JB up there in the North Country. Hope you're surviving. I don't know what the weather is like in Canada. All I know is that the Northeast of the United States, specifically in the New York area, I'm thinking of, I believe where Kathy's located, it just got dumped on. Like 3 feet of snow, thump, all at once. And it's just awful. And some places are still receiving accumulations. It's crazy. Please stay safe, stay warm. JB, hopefully you as well are safe and warm up there 150 miles north of Tremonton. Golden Mom is here. Good morning. Ritz as well. Let's see. Anybody struggling today? There's plenty of treats. We even got pancakes, waffles. The table is spread with goodies this morning. There should be no excuse. Everyone go ahead and fill it up. Fill up your plates and have a great morning. Terry K is here. Pampered Glamper. Abby UK. Good morning, Abby. Great to have you here. One of our fantastic mods. Been here since the beginning. Picky, Terry, Sharon McDonald. DP is here. Last Poet. Good morning to you. Michelle Stark, Sharon McDonald, Dallas born, Boston bred. Good morning. India Dausch. Good morning, India. MB is here. Got a message yesterday saying some of you were asking about me. Felt awesome to know people care. Thank you. MB, we do care about you. Good to see you today. Hopefully you're feeling well. If we can cheer you up anyway, let us know. Appreciate you popping in and saying hi. MCAT is here. DSN. Terry K. Let's see. We got these ones. Sharon, Abby, Toxic Orchid. Last Poet. Dr. Bruce McGray is here this morning. Good morning, Doctor. Good to have you in the house. Hope you have a nice Wednesday as well. Hello to you and yours. Shells, Sharon. Kevin, Not a Drama, is in the house as well. Good morning from Nova Scotia, says Kevin. Nova Scotia. Love the lighthouse picture in your profile pic. Cachette is here. Good morning. Wake me up in 20, please. Cachette, this is your morning wake up. I think I have a sound effect we can use. Which one would be a good one to wake up Cachette to? This is obviously not the one you want right here. So this is the worst way to wake up. But I think we could do. Oh, I've got a good one right here. This is like the peaceful wake up. When you just open your eyes and sunrise is here, the sun is up, and you know your bed's made and everything's just beautiful and ready to go. For most of us, the morning was probably more like this. but anyway, enough sound effects. Let's move on. Terry K, Toxic Orchid, Sharon, Michelle Stark. Good morning. DP is here. Kevin. Denise Feldman Ersland, good morning. Are we ready to get this party started? We're close. We've got a little bit of time. Judge has about an hour to get in the courtroom. Last vote. I wonder if we get to hear from the daughter today. It's going to be today or tomorrow, right? Because they said they're going to close tomorrow. They'll rest tomorrow. They did have somebody who was sick yesterday, so I'm wondering if they're feeling better today. It will be interesting to see. Seven is here. Hello to you. Katrina, good morning, everybody. I am, and I'm also talking about it too quietly. I'm going to turn those sounds up just a tiny bit. Let's see. Sharon, we got you several times. Good to see you in chat. I love that Sharon's just welcome everybody. A couple of you are just amazing. Just being the greeters on the chat room door, letting everybody in. So much more effective than the Walmart greeters that I've experienced. Let's see. It's monkey around time. Moxie Bramble's here. Good morning. Let's see. What's the general feeling on ZA? Did he kill her ex-boyfriend? I would say they've got an uphill battle to convince me otherwise right now. I'm leaning very strongly on the convict side, just from the evidence. I realize there's some things I don't like about the situation. I don't like how it went down. Ivan shared some of those things. It seems like they arrested. I don't know. From what it sounds like, they got a lot of information after the fact that made him look guilty, where they didn't have as much when they arrested him. I think that's just my gut feel, and maybe I'm sort of off base there, but I don't believe the ends should justify the means. 13 minutes to air. Yeah, we're on now. Last Poet. I'm just behind on chat. 7, Last Poet, DP. Les Worthington is here. Good morning to you, Les. Was the ex stalking her? That has been proven, MB. That has been proven. The ex was definitely stalking her. His computer is full of images, photographs of trackers on her vehicle with locations and addresses and Facebook profile page screenshots. The whole creepy stalker thing was happening there. I realize stalking does not equal murder, but it sure looks suspicious along with all the other things we're finding out. Let's see. He absolutely was. Katrina, not a drama llama. Good to see MB today. It's wonderful. Victoria S., good morning to you. Diana as well. Mac, good morning. Headed down the list here, making sure you're all here. Terry K., Hip Hop Flip Flops in the house. Shirley Bennett, good morning. Sitting in the doctor's office waiting. She will have to talk over you. Well, you've got your priorities, Shirley, and you've got them in the right order. So hopefully it's all good news at the doctor's office. Hope you have a great day today. Tony Fortune's here. Let's see. I think I'm caught up, or maybe it just needs to update, and then I'll be way behind. Yep, that's what it needed to do. Man, I need a better tool to tell me where I'm at, because now I'm lost. Well, everything else cleared, so I'm going back to the top where we've got Marilyn Skull, Cajun Girl, MCAT, Exodus 5, Diana Carruthers, Bluebird 696. Hello, is that a bus? Is that a bus reference, a Bluebird bus reference, or I guess blue is spelled B-L-E-U, so it's more of the French type thing. Jeanette French is here. Speaking of French, good to have you, Jeanette. Grandma Nancy's in the house with the cats. Appreciate you being here, Grandma. Cajun Girl, MCAT, Cat.
Alex stole it as well.
Alex stole it. Babs09 is in the house. Creative B, hello, Debbie. Good to have the plaque behind me here on the courtroom wall. The judge loves it, by the way. He thinks it's awesome. Every time he comes in the courtroom, he's like, that's a good-looking plaque. Indiana's here. Minsky, Diana, we got you here. Micah, Laura, Dean Wall, got you marked present as well. Amy, good morning to you. Andrea V, good morning. MCAT winning the internet. Yay, hump day. Yes, super excited for MCAT. It's going to be a great day. Red Pen is here. Buzz Nevermore. Let's see. Tag, good morning, peeps. Good morning. Good morning to you, Tag. Tag is actually the reason why we have the peeps sound effect, if you didn't know. After many requests and many submissions of possible sound effects, and I finally consented, and we have peeps is sort of belongs to Tag, and it's nice that she shares it with everyone else. Suzanne, we've had some hilarious times in the last little bit. There's the peep. Creative B, hit the like button. It's free. It is. Being here is free. Mountain Mama, good morning to you. Let's see. Ritz is here. Judge Gangsta, yes. Shells, JM, good morning to everyone in chat. Laura, I'm missing the water. I am. Laura, thank you.
I'm not a cat.
I've got the blue mug fresh out of the dishwasher. So it should be nice and clean for us today. This is your warning, as I'm going to be filling up my mug here.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Alrighty, now we're ready. I have to say, I was actually nervous. I've got this building project going on in the garage. We're converting our garage to a 2-bedroom apartment, and as part of that, we had to attach to the water lines. So we still have to attach the water lines out to it. So we dug a trench, and I had to find our water line and find a place where we could splice into our water line and run it out there. So I've dug the trench and exposed the water line sitting there in this trench, ready to run the pipe all the way over. But I left it exposed last night, and it froze. It froze outside. But luckily, the pipe did not burst, so I count myself fortunate. I think if it freezes again tonight and gets much colder, I'll have to wrap it in something to keep it warm, because I can't bury it again. We haven't got the attachment on. But I do have water this morning. Thank you, Laura. Lainey is here. Good morning. JM, Michelle Phillips, Mo. Late? No, I just got to you. You're on time. A little great day watching TV. It'll be great. Cajun Girl, greetings from New Orleans. Good to have you here, Cajun Girl. Ritz is here with the cackle. We heard that. JR EPTX is here, having a seat with the fellow addicts. Wonderful. Laura Pertula. Did I say that right? Laura, thank you very much for being here. I love the ostrich, or is that an emu, drawing on your picture? That is really cute. It reminds me of one of those koosh balls. You remember the little rubber furry koosh balls you would play with as a kid? Those are cool, but that looks awesome. Tags here, Katrina, bite me. Good morning to you. Good to have you here, Rebecca. Richard on Globe, howdy, welcome. Let me know how your live stream efforts are going. Mountain Mama 65 is here. Lisa Hogan. Every time I have to check and make sure the court didn't actually start without me knowing. I've got the sound effects on, or the sound on for court, so you guys will hear it when it happens. And we should probably have just a few minutes before the IT guys start, doing their clapping and syncing and everything. Irish Bella is here. What was that? I just talked over a sound effect. I'm not sure which one it was. Maybe a cackle? No, the cackle's still coming. Lisa, there it is. Is there any? I'm not sure where you were going with that, Lisa. I'll look for the rest of your comment. Lara, Toxic, Red Pen. It's also my son's birthday. Who else? Did I miss a birthday? Oh, Ides of March and also your son's birthday. Let me know if it's your birthday, obviously. We've got quite a few people in chat. It's almost always someone's birthday, and we'd definitely like to celebrate with you if we could. See, Toxic Orchid, Katrina, beware the Ides of March. That's like the scream, greek, 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 greek noise. I can't even do it. It's the scary noise from the movie. A2, Brute. A2? Yes. Is there any pie left over? No. That is actually, that's your question. No. Pie day is pie day all day long. And if there's any pie left over, you're doing it wrong. I may quietly judge the misuse of there, and there. That's all right. That's all right. Good morning, Irish Bella. Let's see. Eddie is here. So got Cajun Girl already. Ace of Swords. Good morning. Girl in Texas.
The appearances are as before.
Why is this happening? This is so not right.
Anything further to be stated?
This is like a feed just started from the middle of nowhere. This is from yesterday's trial. Oh, this is from the sound effect where I was getting the sound effect for the judge speaking Latin. Camel. That's where that came from. And it just decided to start playing. Because why not? Diana's here. Laura, good morning. Happy birthday to Red Sun. Good morning to Red Pen Sun. Horse Sheet and Bananas is here. Good morning, boys and girls. Please take your seats and smash the like button before we begin. Thank you, Horse Sheet. Mac, we got Cajun Girl, Red Pen, Bone Digger 64. Good morning to you. Olivia Rose in the house. Miss Chris. My teenager and I ate all the chocolate pie. That sounds like you did it right. Happy birthday to Red Pen's son. Minsky is here. It's cold in Canada. Very. Deborah Thurlby is in the house. Good job. Lots of people get it wrong. Fourth try. Fourth try is the charm. Rev Minister is in the house. Good morning to you. Diana Carathers is here. We have White Rabbit Chaser as well.
Check your phone, please. Butter wants to say good morning.
Let me check my phone. Oh, man. Got a buttercup picture from Rebecca. This is, if I understand this correctly, this is your new dog, Rebecca. And you actually came to us with name suggestions or asking for name suggestions on what to name it. And I've got a picture here. We'll see if I can share this, if my computer will cooperate properly. Takes a second. Bring that over there and switch to MP1. Did that work? Can you see this? Yes, you can. There's Buttercup, and a wonderful good morning to Buttercup as well from Bite Me. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Appreciate that. The dog looks very happy to be in your home. Question, is it allowed on the couch or not? Is Buttercup allowed up on the couch, or is he longingly looking at the place he wants to be or she wants to be? Let me know. Thank you very much also for the generous super chat. Okay, we have... I'm on the wrong screen here. Just 1 second. We have... a few more people to get on the roll before we begin. We got Chattaskatam. Welcome to you. Michelle Stark. Rain and snow. Sloppy in Nova Scotia. Does not sound fun. Hopefully you can stay indoors. Canada, we got snow coming in tonight and tomorrow. Yuckity yuck yuck, says Toxic Orchid. Suzanne is here. Marianne Malaro. Good morning. Norma Lewis as well. Fake the funk. That's awesome. I miss the snow. DMB Secondist, good morning to you. Got wet, heavy snow in parts of New York. Yes, New York got buried. Ginger Meadows in the house. Cajun Girl again. Suzanne, Diane, Kevin. I think we've got most of you. Smitty. There we go. Providence, Rhode Island in the house. Good morning, everyone. Good to hear you check in from Rhode Island. We have had a couple check-ins from Rhode Island, but not very many. So it's nice that you're here representing. Jiggly Jules is here. Summer D. Andrea V. Nana from Reno, Nevada. Good morning. Missy Pants. Good morning. Back home to Minnesota. No court pool. At least it's not snowing. Yes. JK just talked to one of our customers in Vermont. They got 30 inches of snow. I can't imagine waking up to that. My back would just say, no, don't get up to it and reach for that shovel. 30 inches of snow is not something you want to move on your own. Brittany Turner's here. Good morning to you. Yucky, Grandma as well. Cajun Girl, Tim Moranville. De Moranville. Good morning. All rain here in southern Massachusetts. I'll take rain over snow, Tim. Ponzi Fonzie, good morning to you. Deanna De Bruno. Is it De Bruno? Welcome, Deanna. Good to have you here. Bone Digger, Red Pen, Ponzi, Mary Murphy, good morning. Kevin, let's see, Michelle Johnson. I just want to make sure everyone's present on the roll. So I'm just trying to catch people I've missed here. JK, Mark Harper's here. MCAT's here. TA, good morning to you, TA. Good to see you again. Cheryl Myers as well. Kay in South Carolina. I was wondering why you were on so early, and then I remembered I'm in Austin, Texas. Yeah, Kay in Austin, Texas. We'll have to change your name for today. Dean Wall's here. Lots of road closures due to icy roads. I've seen some videos of just trees down, branches down. A lot of people, Kathy was saying her power was out due to the snow. It's just been some huge storms this year, just all over the place. Where's Weather Watch? We need to schedule some better weather for everybody. Shells, Diana Carthers, we've got you, Mountain Mama. Let's see. Sorry, I apologize. Now I'm getting to the bite means check your phone. You didn't have to send a burner. You didn't have to send a super chat. I would have found you eventually, Rebecca. I'm just way behind. Where is room service? Yeah, we could all use room service today as well. New jingle, the worst part of waking up is a visit from the cops. I think that'll catch. That's a catchy tune. I can hear that going viral. Brittany Turner from Rockwell, Texas. My kids are hugging the bed this morning. Nana Geek, present and accounted for. Let's see. Denny Suyan? Was it Suyan? It's like Susan, but with a Y instead of an S, right? That's my guess. It was Suyan. Welcome, Suyan. Good to have you here. Lynn Hoke, Moxie Bramble. I need the snow to stop. I Rescue Dogs is here. Welcome. Michelle Johnson, Sharon McDonald, Lisa Jacoby, good morning. Dean Wall, we got you with the sardines. I don't have a sardine sound effect yet. Thinking about it. Melissa, Kevin, Laura. Let's see, I think I've got most of you. There's Weather Watch right here with the triple dab. The triple dab. Must be a wonderful morning down there in Texas. Please spread the wealth as far as the weather goes, Thomas. We could use some around the rest of the country. On a globe, Judge Manning was in Biggin's chat last night. That was fun. Like, Judge Manning appeared on his show, or Biggins did a show about Judge Manning. That's got to be hilarious. Man Bun, Lisa Jacoby, Diana Carthers, Yucky, Toyo Toys. Good morning, Toyo Toys. I believe you put out a tweet last night, or maybe this morning. I forget when it was. Either way, I was on Twitter and noticed you had made like a best of reel from the events last night, and it included not all, but a good number of the judges' moments, as well as a few moments of our narrating the Walmart murder shopping trip. I thought it was excellent. It was very well done, and I think it's being very well received on Twitter as well because of that. So thanks for that. That was just awesome. Max says, cockle-doodle-doo. It's time to wake up. Brittany Turner, my kids need to pick up the pace so I can get them to school and dropped off before court starts. Brittany's kids, get up, out of bed. Come on, pronto. Get your stuff done. Everybody, school books, backpacks, out the door. Laura, Toxic Orchid, Exodus 5. JM is here. I love your name change to Mountain Mama. For the record, I liked sardines, says Bone Digger. I've not had them in a long time. I think I've tasted them when I was a child, thinking back. Tony Fortune's here. Let's see, Not a Drama Llama. Les Worthington. Wow, my day is made, says Les. That's wonderful. Creepiest boyfriend ever. Michael DeVito. Hi, Scott. He says, hi, Michael. Welcome. Good to have you here. Cachette, can someone wake me up in 30? You beautiful morning glories. Hey, you said 20 and now 30. This means you're 50 minutes. You've hit the snooze button for almost a full hour, Cachette. Hey, good morning, Gabriella. Good to have you here. What are the odds that it's his blood in his van? Check. Done. Lisa, we've already found out that the blood in the back of the van, that tiny speck, belongs to the victim. That's a big deal. Big Mike just gifted a membership off the start here. Let's see. I've got to scroll down and see who received it. And it went to Sear Wallerius. Congratulations, Sear. And thank you very much, Mike, for your generous support this morning. If I have missed anyone in chat, please raise your hand. I see a few names that I need to catch up on, but you guys are just talking so fast. There's several hundred of you in chat. We're approaching the 400 mark. And I'm trying to call out everybody so everyone gets a good morning and gets marked, most importantly, present on the roll so it doesn't affect your grade. I'm just worried about you. Let's see. O-Town Chill is here. Good to have you. Lara Lee, another Lara. Right on Josephine. Mary K, Katie 214. Math is hard this morning. Sorry. Maisla is here. Natalie as well. Color Me Abstract. Good morning to you, sir. Lily Girls in the house. Keith Neal pulling a beanbag chair. Mornings. Make yourself comfortable, Keith. Thanks for being here.
Address subject matter jurisdiction?
We probably should at some point. John Blake is in the house. Alexis, Kenny Official. I didn't have to work today. Wonderful. Hopefully you get to spend the day with you, Kenny. It's awesome. Every time. MB, right on Josephine, Alexis. Let's see. KT is here. Welcome, KT. Moxie Bramble. It's my dog's birthday. Hang on. Who's happy birthday, Nikki Copen? Nikki, did I miss your birthday? I was scrolling down back and forth. Do we have a Nikki? That name sounds new. Let's see. I don't have the perfect memory, but it sounds like a new name in chat. Let's see. It's Moxie. It's my dog's birthday, says Moxie. Panucci. Got it. Happy birthday, Panucci. Good dog. You get a treat all day. I never did get any pie, says Katrina. I feel so robbed. Crafty L is here. Yucky. Every time I hear Bring the Jury, I have flashbacks to Judge Simpson and get the feeling I've time traveled. A2 Brute. Fun fact, Brute is the nickname version of Brutus. Always good for a fun fact, DMB. Thank you for coming through with that. Speaking of water lines, I still got a lake this morning, only now I have no running water, and AT&T is ripping up my lawn this morning. I have to listen over their backhoe and pump.
Bring the jury.
Tag, I am so sorry. That is no fun. I've had when they were putting fiber internet in my yard before I lived here. I still don't have fiber here, so I'm looking forward to them doing it here. But we were on a corner lot, and when they put fiber underground in a corner lot, they dig like 6 or 7 holes. So like every couple feet, they're drilling holes around the corner of my lot, and they just punched through all of our sprinkler lines, and they just left it.
You're talking about stuff
It's like,
that is not relevant.
so they had to fix all that. But the sprinkler lines aren't as bad as your water line to your house, which that's just awful. They should make you right. I expect you to be in like a 5-star hotel by this afternoon. Keith Neal, good morning. My dog Murray, good morning to you. Maggie Carr as well. Sandy Fields, good morning. Just stocked up on pickles. Wonderful. I opened a jar last night, a fresh jar. Let's see, my dog Murray. Tish Cortez, I stopped and bought 7 pies for my staff. All gone. That's awesome, Tish. And your day is coming up soon. I think Friday is the special day they've dedicated to you guys in the office. That's awesome. Let's see, Red Pen Weather Watch, Rockin' Dawkins, Farrah C., Dean Wall, buying pie for all. She's a great boss. Okay, Lynn Hoke. Who have I missed? I'm gonna have to scroll down to the bottom. I'm halfway through chat, and I'm getting farther and farther behind. So I'm gonna scroll down to the bottom here and see if I've missed anybody. that's raised their hands that needs a shout out this morning. Andrea Cash, new to the channel, and it's my birthday. Andrea, happy birthday! I knew it was somebody's birthday. If I missed anyone else's birthday, please chime in right now. We'd like to celebrate both Andrea and everyone else's birthday, even if you've got a pet that has a birthday. Janice Ashley, good to have you here. Let's see. Lurkers are awesome. They are. We like them. Cafe Morgue is here. Wonderful. Love the skull art there. Let's see. Andrea, welcome and happy birthday for sure. Let's get ready to rumble. Ms., welcome to have you here. Ms. P61. SP Sellers, I thought they couldn't definitely say it was blood. Oh, right. I misspoke if I said it was blood. It's more likely that it's blood, but it could also be tissue. But those are the only two things it could be. It could be either tissue or blood because of the genetic markers they got out of it are only found in tissue and blood. So it definitely belongs to the victim, but it was either tissue or blood. The tiny spot, the way it was, the indicators, how it appeared, those are all things that lean to say it was blood. Tissue generally doesn't get deposited in the quantity that they had there by just touch DNA. Bullwinkle Sprinkles is here. Good morning. Chandra. Denny, Lunar Eclipse. I did not get any pie yesterday either. This is a tragedy. You need to rectify that today, like pronto. I'll give you a pass if you need to go out right now and get that fixed. Wendy, still no hello, still no like, Recovery Addicts. Wendy, hello to you. You can now like the channel. I appreciate you being here. I wish I had a better system that would not skip people as I'm scrolling through, like it just did. It just updated on it. Just probably hundreds of chats just went by. Fire Philly, good morning. Karen Games is so when do we get to this murder kit? Was that before or after the murder? I need to look at the timestamps. I believe it was after. That's my indications that happened after. But I don't know if we have an exact time of murder because there's no body, right? So it's we'll have to look at all the timestamps once we get everything together. Kathy, I see somebody talking to Kathy. Let's see, is Kathy in chat? Pants is here. LIG is here. Edward Foster, Karen, Mika Munch is here. Ann G as well. Cachette, I'm up, fam. Thanks. I'm up. Stop calling. Mountain Mama is here as well. True Celtic Mutt. Good morning to you, Mutt. Top of the morning to you. We're actually headed up through your part of the woods in a week or two. Probably next week, not this weekend, but next weekend. We're going to take the kids up to see one of the national museums. Okay. Let's see. Tish is here. Maggie Carr. There's Mutt there. Carol Martin. Okay, I see Minsky gifted a membership to Lisa Hogan. I don't know why I missed that earlier. Congratulations, Lisa, and thank you very much, Minsky. Manon is here. Manon. Norma as well. Cyberwriter, Dre. Maisla, right on Josephine. Lee, Key. Abby, Soko Judy. Susan Blankenship, right on Josephine again. Gordon's a little bit late, but that's all right. Okay, we've... roll call is expanding. It's taking half an hour. Princess Lukey, good morning to you. It's taking half an hour just to catch up. Lynn Hoke as well. Susan Bond, Fire Philly. I know I've missed tons of people. This is Kathy using Tom's phone. All right, Kathy. Good to hear, first of all, that you're safe. Hopefully the power situation gets restored soon. And you guys have some heat and warmth up there. Please stay safe. James Peacock. Is Zach taking the stand? Do we know? Heather, I would be super surprised in this one. I'm just like, I would be floored, gobstopped, like gobstopper stopped if he took the stand. This is not a case where I believe it will do him any good to take the stand. Lisa B, Tabitha, Lee, and the reason I say that is because he doesn't have the self-control to stick to what he should say and not say what he shouldn't. And we know that because how he reacts, how he shakes his head, how he nods, how he mouths words and glares at people, things like that. Can you imagine him on the stand on a cross-examination with them getting under his skin? He would sink his own ship. Even if he wasn't guilty, they would put him in a corner and it would be awful. Recovery addict. His daughter's still on the witness list. She is, and we expect to hear from her today or tomorrow. Nameless Sarah is here. Good morning, Sunshine Sarah. Niners girl as well. I'm going to D.C. Yes, I am. I might need some tips. I've never been to D.C. in my life. I may have flown through the airport and did an exchange there in the airport, but I've never actually visited D.C. I've taken the kids to the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum. And I don't know where to park. That's my big concern. I don't know where to park. I don't want to have to take national, I don't want to have to take transport, like public transport, because me with 6 kids, public transport at that point, it's almost cheaper to rent a limo, and so there'll be 8 of us all together with my wife. So if you guys have any tips on how to do that, please let me know. Okay. I think we've got everybody. Had to do a very thorough roll call. 80s Music Fan is here as well. Welcome. William Fagan. Send heat, everyone. Estimated time for it to be on is 11 p.m. Oh, my goodness, Kathy. That's no good. As much as I like you being here, Kathy, if this device that you're on is your only means of communication with the outside world, please watch it on replay another time. Save the battery for making any call in case things don't go well. So we need you to be able to get help if needed. St. Patty's Day is Saturday. Pi Day again. St. Patty's Day is Saturday. Is it Friday or Saturday? I think it's Friday. Tag. I think it's on Friday. As a matter of fact, I know that because the week after is my birthday. Becky Lou, good morning to you. Let's see, Princess Lukey, T-Rocks, Mustang Guy, good morning from Indiana. Did I see Norma, R.A.? I don't remember seeing Norma this morning. Let's see, Wendy, I worked in D.C. for years. Have 4 kids. So you guys know how it would be to take a group of kids on public transport. It's just not, especially when you don't know the area. And quite frankly, I'm nervous. All I hear is news stories about how bad it is, around D.C. and how crime is through the roof. I'm nervous that way. You must go to the museum. It's fantastic. I'm going to go to the Air and Space Museum first. We'll probably do some more trips once we get more familiar with the area and feel better about it. Tip for DC, rent a bike, park by Washington Monument, don't drive in DC. We'll never drive in DC again. I'm looking for recommendations on DC. That's me. Norma is here. Awesome. I saw Norma. Okay, I think we're good. We have just a few minutes before the video starts as we are just get up to speed. If we have any questions right now about where we're at in the trial, about what's happening, about what's going on or what we expect. The interesting thing, I think the most interesting thing where we left it is the investigator who did the analysis of Zachariah's computer. I can't put my thoughts together here. Ivan, good morning. Good to have you here as well. Only took the metro in D.C. The investigator did the analysis and took the screenshot, basically the image of the computer, had found a lot of information, had made a report, and had included documents, or the defense presented images that were supposed to be in the report that apparently weren't in the report that was given to the defense. Sorry, the prosecution presented images that wasn't given to the defense. That's a problem. It's a big problem. It's I guess it's a Brady violation, when they mess up on discovery like that. So he's been ordered to basically take the time, don't sleep if you need to, but figure out where that image is and find out why the defense wasn't given it. What else were they not given, right? Yeah, so it's going to be crazy. Hopefully he's going to be able to find the document, give the defense what they need, and it's going to move on. Because honestly, the actual image, the picture that they didn't get, it's not like a case killer, right? It's not like this is the smoking gun. If we had this image, you would have not been convicted. It's a picture of the tracker device, a little tiny pager type device that he stuck on the car. That's it. but they didn't get it, and that is a problem. So we'll see where that goes today. The jury doesn't know about this. The judge has said, let's just go ahead and move ahead with another witness. Okay, we'll come back to this guy. We'll give him some time to find this document, to get you the documents you need, and then we're going to handle it. You know, he's like, I'm not going to panic right now, but just know that panicking is an option. This could be very serious. This is very detrimental. It could throw this whole case off course, especially if it exposes anything else. And you can bet that the defense is looking to see what else are we missing, and if they find something, it will be big. Brady violation, low football inflation, RA. Yes, like the reference. Similar to that, but a little different. Stardog UK admitted becoming an addict, as well as Anthony Sleck. Welcome. Thanks, both of you, for subscribing to the channel, or otherwise, admitting to being a true crime addict. Glad you could join us here. Yes, all those who are new on the channel, I do recommend this step right here. You can enable gifts on this channel by clicking on this link. This is a YouTube link. You can change the settings. YouTube actually leaves it up to you. If you want to be a member of a channel, obviously you can join. But if you want to be able to be gifted a membership to a channel, you have to tell them that you're open to that idea. That way you don't accidentally become a member of a channel you didn't want to support or you didn't want to be a part of. But if you click that link, you can change the setting to say, allow gifts on this channel. And that will put you in the prize pool for the drawing, because whenever a membership is gifted from any of the members who want to share membership with those who are new, your name is one of those that can be selected. So make sure you make that setting change if you are considering or would like to be a part of the channel. Maybe haven't made up your mind yet. You might just get a free membership out of it. Let's see. Norma says, I'm changing my name. Okay, Norma's here. Brooklyn, welcome. Tyrone Andrews, hi from Australia, enjoying your show. Thank you very much, Tyrone. What part of Australia? My son spent some time down in Adelaide. Absolutely loved it. Unfortunately, it was right before, the lockdown, and he got out. He was one of the last people to get out before they pretty much just shut down all the airspace. Let's see. Part of air and space is at Dulles Airport. Okay, so yeah, Joe, you've got a great point here. Part of the Air and Space Museum is at the Dulles Airport. That's when I tried to find where parking was. It sent me to the airport. When my wife tried to do it, it sent her to the National Mall area, the big park, the green space and all that. So I'll have to get on Google Earth and look at the street view and see what we're looking at. Also, many of the museums prefer you to register online ahead of time for tickets. We've done that. We've got our 8 tickets reserved on our time slot. I just need to be able to get up there by noon. Let's see. Stayed in Maryland, rented a minibus. We were 10 people. I'm not sure if I'd be okay with driving a bus up there. I'm also worried. I've got a Nissan Armada is the car we own that all of us fit in. It's an 8-passenger vehicle. I'm worried that it's not going to fit in any of the parking garages because I think small cars are the thing up there in D.C. Okay. Telling you, do not drive in D.C. Mutt, what are my options? What do I do? How do I get around that? I need to get to the Air and Space Museum. Let's see. Keith says, all right, can you link that post again? Yes, anytime you want in chat, Keith, all you have to do is type !gifts, GIFTS, just like Sharon McDonald did, and it will post that link. It will just respond with the link, and it will work. It is worth taking the metro, definitely the subway. James says, why are you not on TV this morning, but you are on the phone? I'm usually at work listening with your birds, but I'm home on vacation. Why are you not on TV? It hasn't started yet. I don't know why. You might have to research for me on the TV, and it might find it. Patty says, gifts enabled. Awesome. Welcome, Patty. Is DC driving worse than driving in Boston? I'm not looking forward to either. Moxie, I've lived in the countryside of North Carolina for the last 4 years. I cannot remember the last time I was in a traffic jam. I mean, once there were 3 people ahead of me in a line to turn left into Lowe's, and that's about as bad as it gets. So going from that to driving in D.C., even on a weekend, I'm not excited at all. And I like to drive, but the stress level is going to be through the roof. Park and take the subway. I was worried about the subway. Is it better to do that? Okay, well, we'll have to do that. Boston is the worst. Nobody beats Georgia driving. Driving in D.C. is insane. No fun at all. What day of the week are we planning? We're going on Saturday, Melissa. Would that make it better? Because, there's not as many people working. Metro's the subway. I was planning on pre-booking my parking right across from the museum, thinking it would be better to park right by the museum. But maybe no. Metro all the way. Okay. Maybe the Metro is the way to go. I'll have to look into that. When you will be going, and will you be live streaming? If I may be able to live stream from my phone when I go, but obviously it'll be a Saturday, so court won't be in session. But I might be able to at least say hello and pop online. Joe says no. I need to know. I'm not sure if the subway is the best or not. Well, not the subway. You guys are. I'm counting on you guys. Yes, I'm going to DC, just to the museum and then back. It's going to be a day trip. 4 hours of driving there and 4 hours of driving back, or thereabouts, and then hopefully the last hour is not, enough to drive me insane. Daytime subway is pretty safe. I've got kids with me, Ivan. I'm nervous. Let's see, who said this? Saturdays in DC, worst day to go. It's the worst day to go. It's slammed. Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some research. Thanks. Now, I'm more nervous now, but at least I have more information. Metro's great. Uber, minivan. There's an idea. Uber from where? Subway. Okay. I when I was in London, I used the subway a lot. The Underground Railroad was fantastic for getting around. Amazing system. I never, because I was an adult. I wasn't really worried for my safety at any point going on the subway in England. Occasionally, you knew you could see some pickpockets and stuff, but that was the worst of it. All the monsters are out. Angelina, you're not reassuring me at all. All the monsters are out on DC on Saturdays. Come to Raleigh to practice traffic jams. I've driven through Raleigh a little bit, but I rarely hit traffic jams. Uber from your hotel or park at the subway. They have parking at outlined spots. Okay, I will do that. Subway it is. I think that's what we're gonna do. Okay, still nothing from the court. Let me get the second feed ready. Okay. Don't do that. See what you're doing there, Lee. Raleigh to Durham, VA is a sport. I think tourist attraction, DC will be packed. It is, but it's early in the season, right? It's still during the school year, and so we were hoping that we would not have all the summertime family vacation traffic. See. All right. Okay. I appreciate all the feedback. Who wants spicy today? I do. I want some distraction for how nervous I'm going to be about driving to DC. Oh, man. We have jail informants again. The jail informants are going to be on the defense side. So that's probably going to start either Thursday afternoon or Friday, maybe go into Monday. Bella says, check the burner. Just one second. Let me see what we've got here. Let's see. Oh, sweet. A YouTube channel with somebody who does the DC circuit with kids. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bella. I appreciate that. I will check that out. Much appreciated. Yes, I do have a burner phone. That is the number. the burner phone sits on my desk. I try to respond as much as I can. You guys know I respond sometimes in the middle of the night. That's when I'm able to get back to all the comments and texts and stuff. Occasionally, I'm even able to answer the phone and talk to you in person when we're not live streaming and things like that, or maybe when we're in a break. There will be a time here soon that we'll do another open phone, maybe an open phone Friday, where you guys can call in and give us your take on the court case and just questions you have. Appreciate. I've been warned. I consider myself warned. Now, if I do it now, it's my own fault, right? My hubby used to work for 30 years as a London Underground driver. That is awesome. Mind the gap. Love that. MCAT plus me sharing the interweb this morning. Please do not fiddle with knobs or wires, says Sharon. That's awesome. You guys came in like simultaneously, Sharon and MCAT with your highs. Often hotels will offer shuttle service to nearby sites. The problem is if I do a hotel, I have to go up the night before, and I'll be doing my podcast that night, and we'll be live streaming the court case. Well, we'll probably be live streaming something. I don't know. Maybe I can find a way around that. I'd have to do the podcast from the hotel, which might be tricky. Bella's lurking and coloring your hair. Good luck. Let us know how it goes.
There's a lawsuit.
Tacos here. Welcome. Becky as well. Okay, we're waiting for the network feed to pop in. Nothing yet. What time does it start? PVO, the court is actually supposed to begin at 9 their time, which is 10 Eastern time. So we have about 8 minutes before they're supposed to start. Typically, we get a camera feed earlier than that, and we're able to take a look at what's the setup and people coming into court and things like that. When would be the best time to speak to you about live streaming? Richard, probably right after I stop going live. So tonight after the end is probably the best time to talk. I'll text you how to do the train. It's very easy in outdoor parking for the big van too. Okay, Wendy, thank you very much. I'll look forward to that. And I'll get Mrs. RA in the loop because she's doing the planning as well. She's the one that had this idea. I've got your back. We can get through this together. You guys are going to do great with the internet. Don't stress. Enjoy the trip. I'm super excited for the actual museum. I think we've slotted. There's our feed. I think we've slotted from 12 to 5 or 5:30 is when they close. And I realize we probably won't see everything in that time. But it should be enough time that the kids will have a lot of fun, and it'll be cool. Make some memories, and then we'll want to come back. Mountain Mama says, "How do I watch your podcast?" The podcasts for right now are still on this channel. Thomas and I are working on getting a second channel set up that will be just for the podcast.
I'm not a camel.
Just because we know that there's some people who only want notifications when we're doing a true crime type event. And the podcast, although we do mention some true crime events, it's more of like just a relaxation, funny news story. It's two guys just kicking it back, having a good time. We're kicked back, taking it easy, and so it's we have a little bit of a funny banter back and forth. It's a live show, so there's interaction with you guys. Sometimes we'll do polls and you guys get to participate.
Kick back, taking it easy.
Exactly, but it's just a blast. Thomas is an amazing guy. You guys know that just from what we've heard, just how he helped that family with the GoFundMe and everything. He is just an incredible individual. I love just hanging out and talking to him. I love his take on things. And so just bouncing stories back and forth with him and you all is a blast. So that's what it's about. So you can, if you want to go back, you can see the 3 previous podcasts on this channel, but soon we'll be moving them. Salty is here. Good morning from Santa Clarita, California. Santa Clarita. Salty, do you know the College of the Canyons? I ask because I had a buddy of mine who lived in the canyon right there where the College of the Canyons, I think the CCCC, I forget how many C's there are. But that canyon, he lived in a yard where there was an old stagecoach stop, and he lived in the house that was the stagecoach stop. And as a kid, he went in the hill behind the house, and they were digging a tunnel. And they're digging this tunnel through the hill, and it's really dangerous. So they have to dig on the backside, because if their dad knew they were doing it, he would whoop their butts. But they go to the backside of the hill, and they're digging this tunnel in, and it could collapse and kill them, which is why they had to be careful. But he says they were about 8 feet in, and he found a little clay tablet with writing on it, which is just the coolest thing ever. And he brought it, he showed it to me. It's an amazing little tablet. We have not been able to decipher. The language doesn't match anything. It looks very, very old. He found it when he was a kid. His dad passed away and had it in his safe his whole life, and he basically got it back just a few years ago. I'll have to show you pictures sometime. But it was found right there in that canyon. So that's interesting. We call it College of the Crayons. Nice, Nicole. The property where the little artifact was found is now on the college campus. Awesome little story. Yep. I'll have to show a picture sometime. I'm one day when I'm rich and famous, I might convince him to sell it to me. He doesn't know what it is. I even contacted the college and said, "Are you guys interested in excavating this little hill that's still out in front of your place?" No interest whatsoever. I've called archaeologists and everything, but because it's no longer in the ground, in situation, in situ, they say it's worthless to us. So nobody look at it. Anyway, be sure to wear most comfortable shoes. Lots of walking. Okay, I will do that. That's awesome. So good to have you connect from there. That's awesome. Let's see. We have a courtroom feed, at least on another Scott story. KQD is keeping tabs on how many stories I tell on the live stream. I'm not sure what we're up to now, but I'm sure it's in the double digits. We could call the podcast Recovery Hour. It's sort of like the same idea as the Recovery Weekend, but it's not going to be associated with the Recovery Addict channel directly. So I don't go by Recovery Addict on the podcast. I just go by Scott. And Thomas doesn't go by Weather Watch. He just goes by Thomas. And so right now we do Scott and Thomas Talks. But
James Peacock just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Awesome. Love it, James. Appreciate the super sticker. Thank you for your support. Metal detector in D.C. Matt might give you one more than they may want, like Jimmy Hoffa. Oh, no. Judge is late for court in his game of Candy Crush Tinder. Am I taking my metal detector? I won't be. I'm pretty sure there's nowhere on the national mall that I would be allowed to metal detect. Is it an angel or demon tablet? Call Winchester's Supernatural. Let me get a picture while we're waiting for the judge. I'm going to find this tablet. Just one second. I will show you, and you guys can all. You're sleuthing. You might be able to find what language this is. Okay. Cancel library. I have to scroll back just a few years in my pictures, which is a ways back, but I took about 100 pictures of it. Somebody just bought a mug. Or 2 mugs. Who was it that just bought 2 mugs? Out yourself. eBay just told on you, so I can peek. But I'm super excited. The mugs we're talking about are these ones right here, the True Crime Addict mugs. Which I know I'm biased, but I personally think everything tastes better out of a True Crime Addict mug. Weather Watch cheats. By the way, thank you, Katrina. Now I've got to show you this picture. Hold tight. I will find it somewhere. Got some beautiful pictures of the beach up in Virginia, but that's not it. Is it my favorites? James says, I want a mug. How do I buy one? James, type !mug in the chat. Oh, Denise bought a mug and a mouse pad. That's what it was. I saw the amount and I knew it had to be more than one mug. But if you type mug like Grit Grinder did in the window there, it brings up a link to the eBay listing. Right now, I apologize. I've only got a listing for it on eBay. I'm still trying to find a better way to sell them that's not on eBay, because I know a lot of people don't do the eBay thing, and I'm working on that. I also news. Ivan, I know I still haven't made you the hoodie you want. I'm working on that as well. But I've got two companies sort of working on the coin idea, because we've got a challenge coin that we're going to make for the channel. That's going to be an awesome little coin that's for the channel. I'm thinking about having a QR code on the back that has a link to the channel, and then has logo and things on the front. But it would be, you know, a colorful coin, I believe it's to be a 2-inch coin. Really, really nice, really well done. But I think if I can get this done right, I think I'd like to give it out to all my mods, just because the mods here are fantastic. They deserve much more than that. But if we can get this coin done and looking good, I'd like to give the mods a coin as a thank you. Okay. True Celtic Mutt says, if Scott keeps slacking, I'll make you a Celtic Mutt hoodie instead. I'm not slacking. I'm not slacking, really. Korean War Memorial. That is something I definitely want to see. There's so many things up in around DC. Do you know what I need? I need a hobby to do with all my spare time. Richard, what would I do? Do I have any tumblers? Not yet. We've got some ideas for some mugs or some cups that will fit in a car holder as well. Just got some different things going on, so we'll work on that. Court should be starting 1 minute ago. Judge is late. I got distracted. I was supposed to show you a tablet picture. I will get there. Posts. My posts. Here we go. There we go. Need to share this. Squirrel. Airdrop it to my computer. Okay, sorry, I can't do two things at once, so I apologize. I'm going to get this picture. I told you the story. I have to have the picture now. Where did I save that to? All rise.
Court is now in session.
It's in desktop. Okay, I seriously appreciate all the information about going to DC. I really am worried about that. And I figured you guys would have some information that could help me. Okay, so here is the tablet. It's in a box on the left side. There's some cotton that's protecting it, but that's the tablet. It's I'll find some more pictures of it. But this is the tablet that was found in the Santa Clarita Canyon. Probably, man, I'd say that's close to 60 years ago. It was a long time ago. It was before the Antiquities Law, just so you know. I don't know if it's Native American. I don't think it is, because the letters have more Roman type things in them. But it's a thick clay tablet. The edges are sort of bowed, so it looks like it was formed in a form with wooden sides, because you can see like the impressions of the grain of wood on the frame. There's actually some material inside the clay that looks better. I'll have to work on getting it zoomed in closer. I can't do it on this device right here, but it's pretty interesting. The depths of, there are like 3 distinct sections of writing, where it looks like the top section was written when the clay was softer, and as it dried, the bottom sections are less deep. But anyway, so if there's anybody out there who has any idea of where we can talk to us, you know, my friend John would be. It's probably their own little language they come up with. Some guy up on the hill counting his sheep type thing. That's probably what it is. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Maybe I'll post that over on the Discord or somewhere, or on Facebook or something, where on the Facebook group. So if somebody wants to zoom in on the picture, it might be a little easier. Let's see. Okay. I've got a million pictures of it somewhere. Okay, here we go. Is another Rosetta Stone? No, that would be awesome, but I don't think so. I've tried, and I've searched. We spent months looking for information about it, and it doesn't match up anything. It's not mine. It belongs to a friend of mine who found it as a kid. His dad passed away probably 6 years ago, and in cleaning out his dad's safes, they found that he thought his dad had gotten rid of when he was a kid. His dad was very suspicious, and he was worried that if anyone found out about it, they would come and take it, like the government, black helicopters type thing would take it. Yep. But, yeah, I'm glad you could see it, Carol. If you got any ideas, let me know. So, where was the tablet found? What state? Bullwinkles and Sprinkles. It was actually found in Santa Clarita Canyon behind the stagecoach. The College of Canyons is located on the property now, but it was on the hill between, right by the entrance. I think the entrance on the downhill or towards the mouth of the canyon. I'll tell you exactly the hill. That's where it's found. The letters do almost look backwards. And here we are in a public YouTube chat, chopping it up. Yep. Anyway, yeah. Any ideas? I'll go ahead and pass them on to my friend. Okay. Here we are, late for court again, waiting for the judge to tell us something, anything. Bueller. Did people use clay tablets back then to record events or record family history? I watched so long ago. I don't know, and I'm not, and my friend is not portraying that this is anything that we know how old it is. All he can tell me is that that as a kid he dug deep into the ground and he found it, and it was probably 15 feet down the hillside and about 8 feet in on the backside of this hill, and that's when they found it. So that's. Let's see. Lindsay, coming to you live from the Bayer County. Is it Bayer? I think it's Bayer County Courthouse jury pool room. Woohoo! Lindsay, I'm not sure if you want to be selected or not. Hopefully you've at least watched Matthew Harris's videos on what to do when you're called and for jury duty. And whatever the outcome you would like to have happen, I hope that's what happens. So if that means jury service on a really exciting case, then awesome. And if it means you get to go home in a couple hours, awesome as well. It's ancient history of something. That's all we know. The streets in D.C. run circular, not like a grid. It can be a bit tricky. Is it worse than London? I mean, I'm not saying London is bad. I loved London because of the public transport. The roads in London were not as much fun to drive in. But at least you've got like the M25, the ring road that goes around the outside that can get you, around the outside of it. And then you can get in and work where you need to. Let's see. Bayer County, Texas. I think it's Bayer. I think the X is a Y sound. I have written to professors. I have written to museums and everything. Nobody in the archaeology world wants anything to do with an item that's been dug up by somebody else. They want to be there and dig it up themselves and have the paper and the press and everything else. And it's frustrating because, I mean, it's like it's still worth something even if an amateur dug it up, right? Maui Bell, I'm going to post the object on Facebook if I can find the picture. But somehow we got talking about, oh yes, it was, who was it? We've got somebody in chat that was from, the name escapes me, I'm sorry, that was, says hello from Santa Clarita, California. And I remembered Santa Clarita as the location of where my friend had found an old artifact as a kid, a clay tablet. And now here we are. So, man, you never knew we would be talking about this when you logged in this morning, expecting some crime talk. But
Squirrel.
Can we make a grid for guesses? I am up for any sort of guesses. I've sent the pictures to professors. They've looked at it. Most of them have said it's nothing. A couple of them said, "Oh, it looks like some fake. You're trying to you're trying to fake something." Like, I'm not saying anything. I'm curious. He just wants to know what it is. He's not trying to sell this for $1 million. It's just something he found, and he can authenticate that he found it, and that's all he's saying. Paul Public transit in London is great. Yes, it's so good. People buy shirts celebrating it. Could be someone's art project with a secret language between them and their friends. Yeah, it could be something that simple. I like to think it's some shepherd counting his sheep up on the hill. You know, it's like 1 sheep, 2 sheep, and he wrote it down. Yep, they're all here. That's it. Yeah, they're not going to get a piece of a pie. Yeah, there were people that would ask us to donate it to them, and then they would look at it, but they wouldn't actually they're like, send it to this museum and donate it, and then we'll analyze it. Let's see. What's your take on the mug purchases? I think it's wonderful to have a mug that celebrates your love for true crime. I will say I make about 75 cents after taxes on each mug, so I do appreciate the support. I'm looking for a way to sell them cheaper, because the current method through eBay and them taking 25%, I think I could sell them cheaper and get them to you cheaper with still the same quality of product. So I'm looking for a way to do that. But College of Canyons was built in 1967. Awesome. Okay. I think I'm caught up on chat. Any questions to actually get us up on speed? We really have to start talking about the trial here. That's what we're here for. Gail Pett says I'm late. You missed all the action. You missed all the fun, Gail. But it's a very ancient, amazing pickle recipe. It's pre-bourbon, Carrie. I think you're right. Let's see. Well, someday we're supposed to have trial, and it's supposed to be today. It looks like the camera's shaking a little bit. Maybe somebody's walking around. That means we're probably within a few minutes of them coming in and talking. Jennifer says ZA's daughter taking the stand today. Is she? It's either today or tomorrow. What about selling them on Etsy? I haven't figured out Etsy. I don't know how to do that. Is it? I bet I could. Let me look because I currently buy them through Printify, because I don't have space in my house to do anything else. I wouldn't be able to inventory stuff here, especially now that we got rid of our garage. I'll have to look at Etsy. I think Olivia is going to be today or tomorrow. Tag says check the burner. I'm checking the burner. It's blowing up. It really is. A lot of people are texting right now.
Record on the computer issue that you dispatched us to go try to figure out before the jury was brought in, but otherwise we are ready.
All right, the appearances are as before. And what's up?
What's up, Judge, is no need to fret. Yesterday, after the whole issue with the report, I was able to go back to the Kenosha Police Department with forensic examiner Sean Morton. They had attempted to locate the report, and that attempt was unsuccessful. They could not find the report in the property. However, Examiner Morton was able to find the original hard drive download, which he said if he was going to generate a new report would take hours and hours and hours. I had informed him that I was really just concerned with the contents of that specific folder we were talking about, and we did go through the rest of the documents that were in that download directly from the computer hard drive. So I was able to review that. I have a copy of the documents that I requested. I was able to review that last night in its entirety. There were some videos that I was not able to review. However, I don't think that would preclude us from being able to move forward.
Well, what do you think of that?
I think we're ready to go.
So she's good to go.
Well, that's all's well then as well, right? Let's proceed. And is the detective still on the stand? All right. Ready for the jury?
Yes. Officer Morton was being cross-examined.
Bring the jury.
Would you come down, please?
Yes, the report was missing, but he was able to find it from his hard drive. See, Richard, I'm looking for the link.
Bring the jury.
I'm not seeing your link come through right now, Richard. It's taking a while to load, so maybe it's... For some reason, Richard, my phone does not like your texts. I don't know why.
Whenever I have problems with it.
Okay, who are those three people? Brittany, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. The three on the screen right now, the judge is in the back, and we have two court staff, one a clerk and probably one court clerk, or probably two court clerks there in the camera. Earth Knoble, send me something on the burner phone.
Let's continue with the examination.
I'd love to look into that.
Detective Morton, and go ahead. What's going on here? Oh.
Brittany, the burner phone, you can call or text that number. Obviously, when we're live, calling will probably not get a response, but texting works. And if you're out of the country, you can go through my About page on YouTube and send something to my email.
Yeah. Fire away.
Thank you, Judge.
Fire away. Great soundbite.
So yesterday we seemed to have a little debacle about the report. That was solved.
Yes, it was.
We were able to locate that back at the police department.
Correct.
In this case, you had completed a device extraction on Sadie Beecham's Samsung Galaxy S9.
Yes, I did.
And you, though, were unable to do a SIM card extraction.
I'd have to review my report, but
I'd provide you a copy of that report, but it helped refresh your recollection.
yes.
Switch to a different feed. It's a little bit behind, but it's got. Got better control over the audio on this feed.
Yeah, well, it probably was not a SIM card on the phone.
Well, there would have to be a SIM card in the phone in order for it to work, correct?
Yeah, well, it probably was not a SIM card on the phone.
Maybe you want to flip to that second page and see if that's for it to work, correct?
Not necessarily.
Maybe you want to flip to that second page and see if that helps refresh your recollection.
It still appears that there was no SIM card in the phone. say SIM card checked here. There might be a SIM number here.
Did you give him the wrong document?
Okay, correct.
Did that help you your recollection?
Yeah, so there was a SIM card. She needed the phone back, so I did not have time to do it, so it wasn't noted in the report.
Okay, and what's some data you can normally get off of a SIM card?
Nowadays, just the assigned phone number, the subscriber ID. SIM cards are normally just used to access LTE networks at this time.
Okay, and then you also noted in your report from the extraction on Miss Beecham's cell phone that the GPS location had been turned off, correct?
Yes.
And that the phone was encrypted.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what it means when a phone is encrypted?
So an encrypted phone is when it's locked or not unlocked so you can access it. All the data on there is encrypted, so if we were to just dump the memory chip from the phone, we really wouldn't be able to analyze it because it's encrypted. So you would need the PIN or the password to decrypt it in order to be able to view the files.
So, and when you say you're going to dump the download, you have a lot of different software applications that you could use in an attempt to withdraw information or download information from a cell phone, right?
Yes.
And so you're saying that without the passcode, you would not be able to get any information off of Miss Beecham's cell phone?
I don't recall the specific model, but there are ways around encryption.
What are some of those ways?
Using bootloader programs, so like our Celebrate UFED unit, as a way to bypass that encryption or the passcode. We would restart the phone, and prior to the operating system loading, it would inject what's called a bootloader, which would allow access to the data on the phone without actually entering the PIN into the phone.
But that's something that you would still need to have the physical phone for, right?
Yes.
You couldn't do that from a remote location.
No.
When you do phone extractions, if spyware or anything had been uploaded onto a phone, is that something you would be able to see in the data of a phone?
If we're looking for it.
Okay. And in this case, there was no note of any sort of spyware or things of that nature on Miss Beecham's phone that you saw?
I did not run the malware program against it, so I was not looking for any spyware.
Why didn't you run a malware program to look for spyware in Miss Beecham's phone?
It's not a normal course of a case like this.
If someone, though, if you had information that that person claims that they believe someone hacked into their phone, you would want to do a malware search, correct?
Yes, but I was not told that any hacking attempts.
Okay. You also completed a device extraction on Motorola Play that was attributable to Mr. Anderson, correct?
Again, I have to read my reports, but that does sound familiar.
Are you referring to the Moto G6? Oh, different.
There's a Play.
Okay.
There's so many phones on here that nobody knows which one they're talking about. Moto Play, Moto G6, iPhone, flip phone. It does strike me that this witness does not seem to have recently reviewed his report.
No dead horse go unbeaten.
I'm not a cat.
Alex stole it as well.
Not sure what we're waiting for here.
Which case was here? Christina Stiles.
He does seem to have a little bit of facial hair.
Well, strike that. The Motorola Play. Do you remember doing an extraction on that?
I'm not a camel.
I do remember what Motorola is.
Okay.
I recall the exact model or who it belonged to.
You don't remember that?
I'd have to review my report.
Okay.
I'm not sure if this is just a smart move by the witness to say I'd have to review my report for everything just so he can stick to whatever it says in his report. Defendant didn't look happy yesterday either. It's been 2 days now where he's not very pleased. We haven't heard anything about the lady who passed the note to the DA. I haven't heard what the contents was. So
yes, I did examine a Motorola Play belonging to Zachariah Anderson.
Okay, and that phone, you had noted that there did not appear that there was no record that there had been a factory reset of that phone, correct? If you need to refresh a recollection on that, it's page 2.
Yes.
This is not an expert. This was the officer, the detective who just did the work. He's not been presented as an expert. He's just here to, give his report. Kenosha Police Department report. It'll be interesting to see if an expert gets called in on some of this stuff, to how they analyze this data and see if they come to different conclusions.
So I actually did indicate it was factory reset. The last sentence on page 2.
Did you know when?
No, I did not know the date or time. It was either not recorded or I was not able to find activity to indicate when.
But there were still some items from May and April, correct?
Yes, it looks like there was a picture taken in May. Some emails found from April.
Okay, and then that device was also, strike that. You also, back to the Motorola G6, you did a, did Detective Valerie also do extractions, to your knowledge?
I can't recall. She was assisting me during this time. Yeah, but I don't recall if she did any extractions on this case. I know there were several devices that were examined.
Okay. You also did an extraction on a tracker device that was located at Mr. Anderson's home, correct?
Yes, I did.
Grab that picture.
This is the picture that they're waiting for in the report, right? This little square pager, little black picture.
Exhibit 239, Defense Exhibit 240. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that was 239. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 240 now.
Is this the one he bought?
Is this the information
2 for $12 or something?
GPS tracking device that you did
Dirt cheap.
on?
Again, I have to review my report, but if that's a picture of the box, then yes.
Just give him his whole report. Apparently nobody slept at a Holiday Inn last night. Defense is stumbling, the witness is stumbling, everyone's sort of just dragging a little bit.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and you noted that for this particular device to work, it would need a SIM card inserted into it, correct?
Yes.
And that it didn't appear that there was a SIM card, correct?
No, there was not.
And you also said that the SIM card would need to be registered at http gpsui.net, correct?
Yes.
Sounds legit.
And that once registered, the device can be accessed either online, at the same site, or via the Android or iOS app, correct?
Correct.
So, in your other extractions that you did, including the MSI laptop, you did not come across any evidence that this GPS device was registered to be used, correct?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, I'd like to move into evidence defense exhibit 239 and 240.
No problem. No objection.
I thought he bought 2 of these trackers. Is that just one of them? Where's the other?
I want to talk to you about the Exhibit 31 that the state had, which was this picture of a Rewire Security Nano Tracker, State's Exhibit 31.
Up goes the Elmo.
So there's certain images where you can determine if it was a screenshot, if it was organically taken, if it was a tool like a snipping tool on the computer. You can determine what kind of file a picture is, correct?
Yes.
So were you able to determine what this was?
Yes. This was a file created by the snippet tool.
Okay.
In Windows.
So that would mean that it could be taken from anywhere that was seen on a computer.
On the screen, correct.
On the screen. That this wasn't a photo that someone had taken themselves.
Correct.
But you didn't find you didn't analyze a tracker like this, correct?
No.
Did you look into at all how this type of tracker works?
Not this one.
Okay, so you wouldn't know if this would need to also be registered like the other one with an app.
Correct.
You wouldn't know how the information then would go from the tracker to an individual.
Judge, I object because he's already said, I don't know how it works. So to ask multiple questions about what he wouldn't know when he's already answered he doesn't know how it works is repetitive and irrelevant based on his first answer. I don't know how it works.
Well, I don't know how the computer works either, but some of the time I'm able to actually operate it. Overall.
You can answer.
So no.
But regardless that you don't know how it works, don't know how the information gets transmitted or how the information gets accessed, whether it be via an app or anything, you did not find anything on Mr. Anderson's devices that would indicate he was registered to receive information or registered that device, correct?
That device, no.
You also completed examinations on things like a PNY drive, a Seagate drive, correct? There was 2 PNY drives and a Seagate drive?
I believe so, yes.
But you did not find anything of value on those?
No, I didn't.
You had talked a little bit before about Cellbrite. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Cellbrite's a company that specializes in obtaining data from mobile devices like cell phones, tablets. They now expanded it to computers. So it's a digital forensics company, basically.
And you're aware that there were several Cellbrite downloads done in this case, correct?
Yes, there were.
And one of those was of Mr. Gutierrez's phone.
Yes.
And that one was actually sent out to Cellbrite, the company itself, to complete.
Yes, it was.
And then you received a copy of that report.
I received a copy of the extraction they obtained.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury like what an extraction is?
So it's kind of similar to the hard drive from the computer. So we're just extracting data from the memory chip on the phone. Then that eventually gets processed in a program to be able to see what's on that memory card.
And so you, even though you didn't physically do the Cellbrite extraction for Mr. Gutierrez's phone, you have done how many Cellbrite extractions in your career?
Thousands.
And you've reviewed Cellbrite extractions? How
Thousands,
many?
Yeah.
Thousands? Okay. So you know all the terminology, the things to look for, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I think he's waking up a little bit. The speed is picking up a little bit. It's getting a little easier to listen to here. Elmo's just taking a beating this morning.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as, start with that one, Defense Exhibit 298. So this is a portion of Mr. Gutierrez's Cellbrite report. I apologize. This is like terribly terrible as it relates to...
Terribly terrible. That makes it absolutely terrible.
Quality. Can you see everything up there okay?
Yes.
Okay, does this look familiar to you, the layout?
It does.
So does this look like something from a Cellbrite download?
It'd be, yeah, a report generated from Physical Analyzer.
Okay, so this is just a page, so it doesn't have on the top what it is, but if you see in all the action, it said all the action says launch, correct? From what you could see, and I'm focused on the highlighted ones.
Under additional info launch reasons.
I'm sorry?
Under additional info,
No,
is that what you're talking about?
under action.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, the one's highlighted. Yes, it does say launch.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
In that particular instance, it appears the SMS app was launched.
I'm sorry, the what?
SMS app, the sort
Text messaging
system
was launched.
Texting.
And what does that mean when something is launched, that the SMS system on the phone was launched?
Opened.
It was opened, okay.
Activated.
Activated. And so could you tell the jury at what time the mobile messaging was accessed or activated on Mr. Gutierrez's device, the first highlighted Actually, the bottom one. So this one first.
May 17th, 2020.
At what time?
9:23 a.m.
AM or PM?
Oh, I'm sorry, PM.
Okay. And then
they're tweaking the volume
mobile
constantly
app,
in the court, and I'm trying
the
to level it out.
SMS messaging on his phone was also accessed again. It was launched at 9:24:23 p.m. on May 17th, 2020. Correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 296. I'm going to go up here first. So again, consistent with Cellbrite download data?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and this says device events. Can you explain what device events are to the jury?
They're powering events, or in this case, orientation events, which is when your phone's rotated.
Okay, so we're going to start in the bottom here. So this says that Mr. Gutierrez's cell phone was unlocked at 9:26:24 p.m. on May 17th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other things: display on, display off, display on, display off, display on. Not going to do wax on, wax off, but you get it.
Yes.
Wax on, wax off.
This could just be, these displays on, these displays off, could just be when the iPhone's face is lighting up, correct?
Correct.
That doesn't mean that someone's physically doing something, correct? Okay. And then 10:10 p.m. on May 17th, 2020, the phone has an orientation change, right?
Yes.
Which means for the record, I'm handing the examiner my cell phone so we can demonstrate to the jury what that
Now she's
means.
giving her cell phone to the witness.
So an orientation change would just be when you rotate the phone, landscape or portrait.
Okay, so it means a physical change of the phone.
Right.
Okay. And that happened at 10:44 p.m.
Yes.
And this is for Mr. Gutierrez's phone.
Yes.
And just like that, I lost my other feed. Holy cow.
Part of a Cellbrite download too is you can get location data, correct?
At times, yes.
Places, sometimes the phone doesn't have location data turned on, right?
Right, it depends on, every phone's different.
So if it isn't on, you're not going to have the data. If it is on, you will have the data.
Possibly.
And that would give you device locations, correct?
Correct.
So where the device physically is.
Correct.
Where a cell phone, or in this case, where Mr. Gutierrez's phone physically was.
Yes, if there was a location.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 297. I'm probably going to have to hand this to you, but first, this is real small lettering. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay, and you'd agree that this is on the Cellbrite app itself, the
Cellbrite reader.
The Cellbrite reader, and that's a software program that's accessible on a desktop.
Correct.
Okay, and this is I'm going to hand you it so you can. I'm going to hand you a different copy. I'm handing him the same copy that I gave you, just so you can read it. So this is the device locations for Mr. Gutierrez's cell phone, correct? Just
for a cell phone, it is.
Yeah. And this, if we look at the location data that's on the right-hand side of the document, I'm going to zoom in so you might be able to see it on the screen now. but you might still want to read it there. And so this says that Mr. Gutierrez's phone was at these specific positions on, this is for April 26th, 2020 at 9:29 p.m., correct?
Not necessarily. No.
Well, it's saying that this is the device locations, right?
Yep. So the way to celebrate reports locations, it's really complex. So you got to take everything into account. You can't just look at a date and time and a location and say the phone was there. For example, if you receive an email that contains an address in it, that's going to show up as a location in Celebrate. Doesn't mean the phone was ever there. It just means Celebrate, while processing that, recognize the location and put it in the locations category.
But in this case, it could be. You don't know.
I couldn't say.
Okay. But we do know that we do have this data, right?
Yes.
And this data says that the device location on 4/26/2020 at 9:29 p.m. was at 6813 Highland Road, Mequon, Wisconsin, correct? That's what the data says.
Objection. He's already characterized that as the data says that that address is of note at that time. He did not say that the data says the phone is located there.
I'm saying this is, okay, so I'm simply saying what the report says, what the data says.
Well,
that this is device, it literally says device locations. Now I'm going into what the location, what it says. I'm not asking him to speculate. I'm simply asking him that this is what this data says.
Well, the exhibit speaks for itself.
Okay, I just want to get in the address, though, Judge. So,
I imagine it speaks for itself.
Okay. I'd still like him to read it. I don't think that's an impermissible question if I ask him to read the address. May I do so?
Well, you know, it'll take less time for you to do that than it will to argue over it, so go ahead.
Thank you. So the address here that's listed is 6813 Highland Road, Mequon, Wisconsin, correct?
Correct.
Judge, I'd like to move into admittance defense exhibits 296, 297, 298.
Is there objection?
No objection.
Proceed.
Okay, so they've got a timestamp and a location, and Elmo's unceremoniously just folded into the corner. This is going to help once we start getting all the data put together of where the cell towers say it was and where the report says it was. Prosecution didn't like that decision.
Questions. Subject to recross.
See what they talk about this address.
When you downloaded Ms. Beecham's cell phone, did you have the PIN? Or did you have to use this brute force attack, if you can recall?
I believe I did have the PIN for hers.
And that would be something she would have to provide to you because you wouldn't have a way of guessing that?
Normally, yes.
You've done thousands of Celebrate downloads. Is it unusual to have GPS location data turned off on a phone?
More common now. People are aware of it. So in the last 5, 6, 7 years, we see it awful lot.
You see the GPS?
Sorry, an awful lot, yes.
And is that something you would specifically do in your phone for some specific reason, or?
I'm going to object as far as relevance.
Your Honor, she opened the door to the fact that the GPS location.
But you hadn't finished your question. Go ahead. Is that something you would typically do?
Is that something you would have to physically do to the phone to turn off the location data?
Yes.
And that's become more prevalent in the last several years?
In my experience, yes.
You were showed defense exhibit.
You were showed.
296, specifically talking about orientation change and what that meant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'm going to put this back up. Now this says orientation changed to landscape at 10:10 p.m. on May 17th. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And the end time for that was 10:44:18. Is that accurate? Or
16 maybe? But
16, I apologize.
Within 2 seconds, yes.
And end time, would that mean that something has now changed on the phone, so now it's the orientation hasn't been changed again because we don't see notice of that, just something's changed?
From this report, I would say something's changed.
And for instance, if a phone were to die, where it's in a position and then it simply runs out of battery, would we see something like this where it just ends but it doesn't say anything about a different orientation?
Yeah, it really would depend on the phone.
Do you notice one level up that the next time, the next event on this device events says May 28th, 2020, that it's powered on? Is that accurate?
Yes.
So obviously in order for it to be powered on, would it have first had to have been powered off or battery died?
Yes.
And in your experience with phones, are there certain environmental conditions that can cause a battery to die quicker than simply running out?
Cold weather, coldness.
So if a phone were, say, found in a freezer, would the coldness of that freezer potentially cause the phone to die?
Yes.
So the phone was in the freezer.
In terms of orientation changing, if you were to place a phone in a freezer or set it down in the freezer, would that then change potentially the orientation of that device from upright to landscape?
Potentially.
So 10:10 p.m. the device was put in the freezer. That
you were talking about this tracker.
I guess the murder
that
happened before that.
On the MSI laptop states 31.
Yep,
and
that's where they found the phone.
You indicated that this was captured via the snippet tool that we talked about yesterday?
Correct.
So in order for this to be captured, the person doing the capturing would have to see this image somewhere, this picture somewhere?
Yes, it'd be on the screen.
And then decide to capture that image?
Yes.
And then decide where to save that image on the laptop?
Correct.
So it wouldn't just automatically go somewhere. You'd have to make those sets of decisions to have this appear on the laptop like it did.
Yes.
I can't put the burner phone in the freezer because it would melt all the food because it's hot. Zach's just kicked back, taking it easy. Yes, a little bit of a dad joke there. Sorry about that. What are we waiting for? A couple people in the courtroom today. I think the ones definitely directly behind the defense table are family of Ivan. I think they're seated on that side so they can see him. Not sure who's on the other side. I think Sadie's there for sure, but I haven't seen her. I haven't been watching closely. I think Sadie had a different phone completely. We don't know why they were put in the freezer, but the credit cards were put in there, so that probably froze his credit. and the phone was put in there. But they were taken out of his wallet. So the credit cards were taken out of his wallet and put in the freezer. They were in like a clip, like a money clip type thing. And the phone was put in there as well. They weren't found until the victim's mom was there cleaning the crime scene and found it in the freezer and called the police. Did I say Ivan? Sorry, Ivan. Who's Ivan? Ivan's in chat. Ivan's. I said Ivan's family. I saw your name somewhere in chat, and I said Ivan. So you said right there. We're talking about Zach, not Ivan. Sorry about that. Thank you, Red Pen, for catching that. Ivan, nice looking family.
The minor child is the next witness.
Here we go.
So beware. Are there any other adjustments that folks have made?
We're gonna have audio only here. It looks like.
Clear, everybody's clear. Okay. All right. So we're bringing her up. So, a minute or two before she gets here.
Okay, so this is going to be interesting. I wonder if they're going to set the cameras up so we can see possibly Zach. I'd like to be able to see Zach throughout the minor child's testimony. I was like, I'm not on trial, I promise. They've not showed Sadie today. Wonder if that was a deliberate move. I think it's because she is with the child. I think that's why. I hope they do show. I do not know what the agreement is that the cameraman or the broadcast crew has with the judge in this case. Clearly, there's some level of understanding where the cameraman, as soon as they mention minor child, panned up to the ceiling. This may be the view we have throughout the minor child's testimony. So we'll just have to listen very carefully. I'll work with the audio as much as I can. I imagine the child is probably not going to be as strong voiced as some of the witnesses we've had, so we're going to have to play with the audio just to get a good sound feed. I hope to show Zach as well.
Great job, thank you.
Thank you, Smitty. Appreciate the super chat. I want the camera laser focused on the judge. I want the judge 24/7. We need a judge camera. We need the defendant camera. I'd like a Sadie camera as well. Sadie is probably with the daughter. That's not what we're looking right now. We've got audio still going, so hold tight. We'll hear something. Let's see. Not sure why they. Wow. Do you see what it says on the bottom? It says the testimony of this witness. Yes. The testimony of this witness has been redacted for legal reasons. Testimony has been redacted for legal reasons. The child is testifying from the courtroom. Apparently, we do not even get to hear her testimony. There's no audio coming in on any of the feeds. Yeah. This is crazy. I would be surprised if this testimony lasts less than about an hour. It's no show for this for sure. I don't know if anyone's allowed. So we can role play it in here. I'll be the daughter who wants to call in, who wants to ask the questions. Can't say for certain that Zach did it. The state has not swayed me. I'm still neutral. 80s Music Man. I was depending on the daughter's testimony to really solidify what happened, and I really want to get the impression of how of what she says, what she knows, and how she answers. Yeah, Sharon McDonald, MCAT. This is not your responsibility. This is all on the court. The judge made this rule. Well, maybe we'll go ahead and open the phones then, while we wait for a feed to come back. They froze his assets. Thank you, Selena. Yeah, there's nothing really available right now when they do this. I'm going to keep an eye on. I'm not sure if there's anybody karaoke today, says Danny. That'll get me a copyright strike for sure. Just checking on social media to see if there's any reports coming in from the courtroom. Let's see. Okay. I don't know if we have any reporters there that are live tweeting this. Well, there's nothing up there. Whose phone was in the freezer? Marilyn, the victim's phone was in the freezer. At the crime scene, the victim's phone and the credit cards from his wallet. The wallet was found on the couch, but the credit cards from his wallet were taken. The victim's phone was taken and put in the freezer behind some stuff, like it was hidden back there. They were not found until the mom was cleaning the apartment, like literally cleaning up the blood, her son's blood in the apartment, and she decided she was going to start in the kitchen. And at some point, she was cleaning out the freezer and things like that, just trying to, it must have been devastating for her. And then she found these, and she called the police, and that's when they were notified about these. Ice cream trial is getting good too. As soon as we jump over, though, bad things will happen. We're gonna we could pick up the ice cream trial briefly, but we'll be lost. Just 1 second here. Ice cream trial's on a break, on a 20-minute break right now. Let's see, we got somebody calling in. Let's see who this is. Oh, they hung up. Let's try that again.
Call from Rachel Wood.
Hello, Rachel. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. Are you Rachel in chat, or do we know you by another name? Okay, wonderful.
I'm Rachel Wood by chat. So I wanted to briefly, since we can't watch The Daughter, which I was looking forward to because I think that's really going to say a lot about his character and his tracking and stalking. Mm-hmm. But in the ice cream trial, I watched a little bit last night, and on the second part of day 5 and the beginning of part 4 on Law and Order was the spiciest witness I've ever seen. Not too many cursing words, but in your off time, if you want to check him out, man, he was unbelievable the way he was just not happy with the defendant. And
like a hostile witness type?
Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, I love those.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It was something else.
That's awesome. Let me see if I can bring up a couple feeds here. We're going to keep an eye on this, the feed we have right here from this trial. Olivia, the daughter, is testifying right now. Just 1 second.
Everybody was looking forward to that because of what was said previously, because it was said that she was brought over by Zach, and looking in the windows, and apparently might have left the twins at home by themselves, who I believe were like 4 at the time or something.
Yeah, that is crazy. Let me bring this up here while we're talking.
Okay.
Let's see. So we've got. Don't need me on there twice. So the bottom, just below me on the screen, that's the trial that we're waiting for a feed to come back. Olivia's testifying there. The big picture right now is the ice cream trial you're talking about. And I have not listened to any of this yet, but I've heard that like from you, that the testimony is spicy. The judge has had some interaction. Did the judge have to reprimand the witness at all? And
Yeah, well, he was letting it go a little bit, but he did have to say a few times, just answer the question that was asked, and I'll even give you a response, a chance to state what you meant. And also that witness was granted immunity forever, because this is also, I believe, a mistrial or an appeal it again trial, where this witness can say stuff without incriminating himself, because he's a 3-time convicted felon, and they were talking about freedom shooters.
Yeah.
And that guy's not supposed to have them in his on him or own any. So the defense attorney even brought that up. Well, weren't you provided this? And such and such and stuff. He was very, very spicy.
Man, let me see. We might have other audio options available here.
So that would be the day and evening before your birthday, correct?
Okay, we've got the daughter's audio.
Stay over on that night.
So I'm going to let you go. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it so much,
Remember
Rachel.
what city he had
We'll see
a
you.
place in that you were staying
Nice
at?
talking to you.
Yep,
What
we'll see
city?
you.
Bye, guys.
And who else stayed there, if you recall?
Just me and my little brothers.
And how old were your little brothers at that time?
4.
And so it was you, your little brothers. Were there any adults at the home on that evening?
Evening? Yes.
Okay. Now what I'm asking is, when you were over there visiting on April 24th, other than the children you mentioned, were there any adults there with you?
Yeah, my dad.
I'm going to try to go back just a little bit. Hold on one second.
At some point in the evening hours of April 24th, going into the early morning hours of April 25th, the Mequon residence of your dad.
Okay, this is as far back as I can go here.
Sustain.
We're backing up a little bit. This is all I can do.
Where, if anywhere, did you go other than the Mequon house in the hours of April 24th in the evening through the morning of April 25th?
My mom's house.
And how did you get there?
My dad drove me.
And other than you and your dad, who else went?
Nobody.
Okay. So you indicated that your 4-year-old brothers were on this visit. Where were they when you and your dad went to this other location?
Upstairs at the Mequon house sleeping.
They remained there?
Yes.
Okay. And where did your dad and you go?
To my mom's house.
And where was your mom living at the time?
In Germantown.
And about how far a drive was that, if you know?
15, 20 minutes, not too bad.
Okay. And about what time did you leave the house? What's your estimate on when you left the house?
I'm not sure exactly, but I remember waking up around maybe 12:53, 12:57, somewhere in there.
In the a.m., the early morning hours?
Correct.
Okay. And so when you went at that time, what do you remember happening next?
We arrived at the house and we pulled into the parking, our driveway, of course, and he said to me, "No, we're not going to park here," and he backed out. And then he went into the bar parking lot, and there's ones that are in the back and they're closest to the house, and he gets out.
When you say he, who do you mean?
Zachariah Anderson.
Then what happened?
He jumps onto the porch and looks through my mom's window with a camera.
Let me stop you. When you said jumps onto the porch, of what location?
My mom's.
And when you said he, who did you mean jumped on the porch?
Zachariah Anderson.
Then what happened?
And then he is looking through the window, recording with not a camera, like a phone recorder, but a handheld recorder.
Okay. Then what happened next?
Comes down eventually after a little bit, puts another phone into the air conditioner.
Okay, stop. Let me stop you. The air conditioner is located where?
On the side of the house that I was on.
Okay, why would...
My dad.
Okay, so I'm going to refer to that individual as a defendant for purposes of our discussion.
Sure.
So, okay,
my
so
mom's room.
when the defendant came in and puts it in back to the car, did you... Tell me more what happened next? What you mean by that?
I said sure.
Like an
Okay.
opening.
I went up with him,
coming out,
and we
They're
went
missing
to
some audio.
outside of the house.
the window.
There
We
was
walked
the air
around the
conditioner coming
balcony
out,
this
and
time,
there
and
was
we
like
went
a
up the stairs and we
space
went to the
around it.
window.
And it had
he
insulation in
looks
there.
at me and he says, "Before you do anything, go like this with your shirt to make sure that you don't get the breath marks on the window."
So I'd just like to have the record
There we go.
reflect that
We've got
the
feed
witness, Your Honor, pulled their shirt up, blocking their ability to sort of breathe on objects, covering their nose and mouth.
Okay, we're back.
Yes.
Okay. So then after you were advised of that by the defendant, what's the next thing that happened?
I saw I don't know how to refer to him.
Whatever you're comfortable.
Mr. Gutierrez, I guess.
Okay.
And I saw him sitting on the couch with my mother coming out of the bathroom. And wow. I didn't think that it was going to be this hard. They were listening to music and laying there together.
And doing what together?
Just laying there on the couch.
Okay. So what room are you looking into from where your vantage point is?
The living room. There was a space in between the curtains.
Okay. And what window of your mom's place are you looking through to be able to see into the living room?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you're on the outside, correct?
Correct.
So which window? Is it a window that goes into the kitchen? Is it a window that looks directly in the living room? So what?
It's a window that looks directly into the living room.
Okay. And where is the defendant during that period of time?
Standing next to me.
Okay. And after you look in and see that, what is the next thing that happens?
We leave.
What? You leave?
We got back in the car and we were on our way out. And
he's like a statue.
He didn't grab the voice recorder at first until he pulled out and pulled onto the road, and he stopped. He stopped right at the second entryway to our driveway and got out, took his sandals off, and went to the house.
So let me stop you. What footwear then was your?
He didn't have shoes on.
Okay, cool. Keep going.
He went into Mr. Gutierrez's car and took his registration and took a picture of his license plate.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry, you saw that from where you were in the car?
Yes, I personally saw that.
Then what happened?
And I saw him ring the doorbell, and then run back to the car and drive away.
Whose doorbell did he ring?
My mother's, but he also had grabbed the phone while he was somewhere in the time period from when he rang the doorbell, the phone was grabbed.
And which phone are you referring to now?
I'm the one that was placed in the air conditioner.
Okay. So after the defendant goes to Mr. Gutierrez's truck, takes a picture and takes an item out of the vehicle or takes registration, grabs back the phone, and he rings the doorbell, what does the defendant do next after he does those three things?
Comes back to the car with the phone.
All right. And then what happens?
Plays the phone.
Okay.
Of course, plays a recording on our way home.
Okay. And what, if anything, can you say about what you could hear on that phone recording?
Nothing.
Okay. So where do you guys go next?
Back to my dad's house.
Okay. When you get back, what happens next?
I walk in. He tells me to get some sleep. I then was sitting downstairs and thinking about what just happened, because I was a little like, did I really just see what I saw, what I just witnessed? And it was fine after that, I guess. And
so let me ask you, what did the defendant do next that you saw? So after you guys got home, what happened next, if anything?
He dropped me off and then he left again.
Okay. And you were not with him at that time?
No, I don't remember what time that was. We got back around 3, though.
Did he tell you what he was going to do next before he left?
No.
Okay. So now, if I understand you, by now it's 3 a.m. on your actual 12th birthday.
Yes.
Okay. Can you indicate what, if any, plan was ever suggested to you to try to get your mom in trouble?
Yes.
What plan was suggested?
The plan was for Now this might be a little confusing. The plan was for my dad to drive me and my little brothers to the house, and then...
To whose house?
My mom's house.
Okay.
And then he would put the boys to bed, and he would drive all the way back to his house, call the cops from there, and say, my daughter just called me, and I would have to call my mom but not make it ring. So I had to call her, but the phone wouldn't be able to ring. It just had to ring on my phone to prove that that her phone was called. Only on my end, though. So it would show that I had called her several times and she didn't answer. So that's the look.
Who was supposed to do that? Who was supposed to do that part of the plan? Okay. And is this on a day that you wouldn't have been at your mom's house?
No, this would have been a day where I would have been at my dad's house and my mom would be out.
Okay.
And the plan was basically to call the cops and say how my mom abandoned us.
All right.
And how I had to call my dad.
Okay. And who suggested this plan?
My dad.
And when he suggested this, what age were you?
12.
10, 11?
10.
And so I want to take you back to a time period before that April 24th birthday time period and ask, was there a time in the month of March of 2020 when your mom went on vacation without you?
Yes.
And during the first nights that your mom went on vacation, where were you going to stay? What was the plan on where you were staying?
I would stay at home at the house with my aunt.
Okay, and who was taking care of you?
My aunt.
And who's that?
My Becky.
Becky? Okay. And do you know, is Becky actually related to you or just a close friend of your mom's?
No, she's like my mom's sister, though. So she's not really my aunt, but...
But you call her that?
Yeah.
Okay. So she was staying overnight with you guys?
Yeah.
Okay. And during the time period that Becky was staying with you guys overnight in your mom's house, did something happen that caused you to be either disturbed or alarmed on a particular time?
Yes.
So if you can you tell me about what time of day? What's your best estimate on what time of day that happened?
It was pretty late at night. I mean, it was more like early morning. It was really, really, really early in the morning.
Okay. So can you give me an estimate on what time?
Maybe between 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Somewhere.
And if you know, was it a school night?
Yeah.
Okay. And were your 4-year-old brothers also at the residence?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened at some time between 2 and 4 in the morning at your residence that caused you to be disturbed? And I'm only asking about what you personally had happen.
Okay. I remember kind of waking up to footsteps up the stairs.
Okay.
And then I kind of drifted back off into a sleep, and then Dad was standing at the side of my bed, and he was like, "Get up for school, let's go." And I was like, "What?" And I was really confused, and then I was like, "Okay," because at that time, what am I going to do? I mean, my parents telling me to get ready at 4 o'clock in the morning, so I don't really know what the point of it was, but he had made breakfast.
So what time did you eat breakfast on this particular day in March of 2020?
I don't know. We had French toast and eggs, and the time wasn't very clear.
Was it before 4:30 in the morning?
Most definitely.
Okay, and you ate? Who else ate?
My 2 little brothers.
And how did they happen to get up and have breakfast at that time on a school day?
My dad came into our rooms and woke us all up.
Had you been expecting your dad in any way, shape, or form to arrive?
No.
Okay, so let me ask you, if we get to a point where you on a Sunday go to the family tree farm, do you remember that?
A little, yeah.
Okay. And what vehicle got you to the family tree farm?
The van.
And is this a regular vehicle you have that you know of, that you are familiar with?
Yeah.
So who usually operates that van?
The defendant.
Okay. And
Defendant.
And if you saw a picture of that van, you'd recognize it, you believe? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a picture up on the screen in just a second.
So it's State's Exhibit 1.
And this is State's Exhibit 1, number 254. And I'm just asking if you think you recognize this vehicle.
I agree. I'm not convinced she was
Yes.
coached. I think.
Okay, whose vehicle is that?
The defendant's.
Is that the van you were mentioning?
Yes.
And so who went in that van to the tree farm, if you remember? Again, I'm talking about on a Sunday, May 17th.
Me, the defendant, and my
I'm
two
going
brothers.
to object that you just said Sunday, May 17th.
I apologize. What? Yeah,
Zach is almost a statue. He's barely moved. That shrug. He's making eye contact with the witness.
So on that weekend, okay, apologize. On that weekend,
There's an objection.
yeah, I'm altering the question. So I'm
Well, what weekend are you talking about?
what? I was about to say.
Specify the weekend.
Yep. On the weekend of May 16th and May 17th, okay, of 2020, you went to the tree farm, correct?
Correct.
And you went in that van.
Correct.
Okay. Who drove it?
The defendant.
And if you recall, what were the state of the seats in the van?
There were 2 middle seats, 3 back seats, and 2 front seats.
Okay. And do you remember which seats were in on this particular weekend?
Yeah.
Do you remember? So if you remember, which ones?
Well, not the middle ones, just the back ones and the front ones.
Okay. And who on the trip to the tree farm where did you come from? So what residence did you come from to drive to the tree farm?
My dad's house.
Okay. And so where were the twins in that van?
The back seats.
And where were you?
In the front seat.
Okay. And do you remember any items that your father, that the defendant also put in the van?
Just a chainsaw.
Okay. And so was that in the van as well?
When?
When you went there?
Yes.
Okay. So about, if you know, approximately how long were you at the tree farm? About?
4 hours.
Okay. And during the time you were there, did you, what if anything did the defendant borrow from anybody else?
I'm going to object as far as foundation.
Overruled?
He just asked that, what did Mr. Anderson borrow?
What, if anything, he said, did Mr. Anderson borrow?
Correct, and so I'm objecting as far as foundation for that question. Hasn't been established what she was doing at the tree farm, who she was with, what she had the opportunity to observe. That's just the objection.
Overruled.
So what, if anything, did the defendant borrow while at the tree farm that you were present for?
Just my grandfather's boots.
Okay. Are those work boots?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, where were those work boots when you guys left the tree farm?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you tell law enforcement at some point that the boots were brought home with you guys in the van?
Most definitely.
Okay. So when you came home from the tree farm, what transportation did you use to get home?
The van.
And who drove?
My dad.
And was there any difference in who was seated where?
No.
So on that weekend of the 16th and 17th, did you have an opportunity to see how the rug was in the back of this van?
Yes.
Carpeting. Okay. So I'm going to show you a picture. And this is picture what?
States Exhibit 1, 260.
So this is Exhibit 1, 260. Do you notice that there's something cut out in the van in this picture?
Yes.
And was that area cut out when you and your little brothers went to the tree farm on the weekend of May 16th and May 17th of 2020?
No.
Boom.
Can I show a picture with the stains? I'm going to show you another picture. When you were in this van on the weekend of May 16th and May 17th, what, if any, smell of bleach did you smell in that van?
No, and those stains were not there either.
So you see some stains on this picture, and again, this is Exhibit?
States Exhibit 1, 257.
So those stains were not on the van?
No.
When did you last see the van where you looked inside it? Was it on the Saturday or the Sunday, if you remember?
No.
Okay. Just on that weekend?
Yeah.
Okay. And the last time you saw that van, in terms of the interior of the van, was when you came back from the tree farm? Or did you guys go elsewhere after that, if you remember?
No, we just stayed at the house and waited for Mom to pick us up.
Now, so on that Sunday, did the defendant drop you off at your mom's, or did your mom come and pick you up, if you know?
No, my mom came and picked me up.
And when your mom came and picked you up, do you recall what the defendant was wearing in terms of outerwear? Do you remember that?
Yes.
She should describe it first. Patricia, she knows what the carpet was. The carpet was there because she was in the back of the van that day.
So we're going to show you States Exhibit 42. So first, can you first tell us what you remember that he was wearing? Please, before you show it.
He was wearing a white tee with jeans, sandals, his usual, and a blue flannel.
Okay. So I'm now going to show you what's been marked as, one more time, States Exhibit. 42. Can you make that a little smaller? Thank you. Do you recognize what that's a picture of in the context of this case?
Yes.
What is that?
My dad.
Okay. And in terms of what the person is wearing, what the defendant's wearing, is that familiar to you based on what you've said today?
Oh, yeah.
What is that?
His blue flannel jacket.
Okay. Is that the same blue flannel that you're saying that he was wearing?
I saw on that day, yes.
Okay.
No, but I didn't realize either, and I like.
During this time period, when you were at the tree farm in that time period of mid-May of 2020, what, if anything, can you say about whether your father was discussing a boyfriend of your mom's?
Yes.
Okay, so when you saw the defendant, how often during that time period? So let's start from like March of 2020 until this tree farm visit. How often when you saw him would he discuss with you your mom's boyfriend, or this person that might be your mom's boyfriend? How often?
Pretty frequently.
And what did he call this new person in your mom's life?
I,
Did he have names that he called them or not?
Yes, there were, but it would be disrespectful for me to say them in this courtroom in front of his mother.
So I'm asking that you say the names. So what if any, names do you recall specifically? Thank you for telling us that. But
Beaner and Booger.
Okay. And why was he? Why did he say, if he did he explain to you why he was calling Rosalio Gutierrez or this person, the new boyfriend of your mom's, Booger?
Well, of course, the first one is because of.
I'm asking about Booger.
Well, when he looked through the window at my mom's house on the morning of my birthday, he saw him apparently pick his nose and wipe it on my mother's couch, and so it was a thing for a while that we wouldn't sit on the couch. It was really just, it was a very odd situation, I guess. I don't know how to explain it.
And after that time, how often was the name Booger, did it come from from the defendant's mouth talking to you?
It was used in a joking manner if he was joking around about it, but other than that, it wasn't very used. Okay.
And what, if anything else, did you hear about about whether the defendant planned on...
I'm going to object to leading.
Well,
I have to get her there somehow, Judge. I'm not...
I have to lead.
Permitted methods ordinarily, except in exceptional circumstances. He hadn't finished his question, though, so I don't know where he's going. So you can finish your question.
What, if anything else, did the defendant say to you about additional...
That's hearsay. Well, statement of the...
As we've discussed before...
Statement of the opposing party.
Some lawyers have, either by practice or by education, been given the idea that if they put in the words, if anything, it's not a leading question, and that's not universally true. So although I am not prepared yet to denounce your question as leading,
he's ready to pounce.
Why don't you try to rephrase it anyway?
Well, what if I take out if anything? I still don't think it's leading. What did the defendant tell you about other plans to follow or come across Rosalio?
That's leading.
No,
he's saying
he's suggesting the existence
correct
of a conversation.
Correct.
By leading.
My previous question allowed the option of that there was no conversation. This one asks what the contents of any conversation was.
It's asking for specific contents.
If I could finish. Somehow I have to be able to get her to the topic. It's not, it's not what did you say next, what did you say next, what did you... That narrative will not allow me to get her to a topic.
How about, do you recall any other conversations?
But the conversations with the defendant would be, they saw each other all the time. There'd be conversations about everything. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get us to a particular location.
Well, my understanding, Judge, was that this line of questioning had to deal with when she was at the tree farm with him. No. So it's...
No.
Well, then if it's overbroad, then overbroad.
Give it another try.
Try again.
Do you know anything about anyone's plans to go to Rosalio's home?
Just too broad, and she says no. It shuts down this line of questioning.
It was an odd discussion.
And who were you having the odd discussion with?
My dad.
And so what was that discussion?
It was... He said something about showing him who the man was. And I didn't quite understand, but
now I do.
You kind of caught on to things that my dad was referring to or was implying.
And has anyone ever had any discussion with you about watching Rosalio Gutierrez other than the time you looked in the window? Has anybody ever said to you, hey, I'm considering watching Rosalio Gutierrez?
No.
Following him, those kind of things.
My dad said to me, he said, I may just watch him or follow him to his house one time just for the fun of it. Those were his exact words to me.
Okay, so is there a possibility that the daughter's gone over this evidence with her mom?
You indicated that
Probably.
You saw your dad take something out of a truck and take a picture of a license plate back on the April 24th into 25th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
After that, did you see any items in possession of the defendant that were from that same incident?
That did not belong to him?
That did not belong to the defendant? It belonged to somebody else?
Yes.
Okay. And so what were the items that you then saw at a later date that did not belong to the defendant?
That night we got back to the house, and it was more like the next day, and we took a look at what he was showing. I took a look at what he was showing me, and it was a letter. I don't really understand what the letter was for, but it was a Dear John letter, and then it was also his registration for his car.
It was a Dear John? It was a breakup letter from the minivan? Was this the one that was from another owner or something?
Yeah. So let me just show you a copy of 225 and ask you if this is a document that you recognize from your dad having those items. Only if that's something you do recognize.
Yes.
So what is 225 in terms of your recognizing it?
What do you mean by that?
Is that the document you saw when you described some kind of, I think you said registration? Is that what you meant? Okay. So does this appear to be the same document? A copy of the same document?
Looking at it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And was there some handwriting on the copy you saw, if you remember?
At one point there was, yes.
And who wrote on it?
My dad.
So now I'm going to show you
States Exhibit 1, number 323.
States Exhibit 1, number 223. I'm sorry, 323. My apologies. So does that look familiar in relation to that 225 I just showed you?
Yeah, that's his handwriting.
Okay, and whose handwriting is that?
The defendant's.
Is that handwriting you saw on the document when you saw it previously?
Yes.
And where were you location-wise when you saw these documents, this letter and this registration type document?
Standing on his right side.
Okay.
In his room, by his desk.
In his room at his home in Mequon?
Correct.
She knows exactly where she was at the moment.
Now, on Sunday, May 17th, before you left, did you have occasion to see anybody in your family playing with Legos in a location in the house?
That was sort of leading.
And what location in the house was that?
It was close to, around my dad's house.
Okay, and where in what area of your dad's house?
The downstairs.
Okay, so in the downstairs of your dad's house, who was playing Legos?
My brother.
And when your brother was playing Legos, did you end up in the same area as he was playing Legos?
Yeah.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you observe that you then told law enforcement about later?
Well, a Lego had dropped through the floorboards, and so Magnum had asked if he could go down there and look for it, and I said, yeah, that should be okay. And then I went down and, with him, obviously, because it was, I'm not gonna lie, the basement was kind of creepy. So he asked me if I could go with him. I said, yeah, so I went down there. There was a roller chair, whatever, and it had tape and rope on it, and My brother had a flashlight. We went down there, whatever, got his Lego, and went back upstairs. Didn't think anything of it.
So when you say roller chair, can you describe like where this kind of chair would be? And
like a black armchair.
Okay. Like a desk chair kind of thing? Okay. And then other than the desk chair, were there other items down there that you then eventually wanted to tell or did decide to tell law enforcement about? What did you see there?
She already said tape and rope.
What do you quite mean?
Well, in relation to the chair, were there other items that you saw that were in the right by in the vicinity of the chair?
The tape and rope?
Okay. So what kind of tape are we talking about?
Like duct tape, just normal duct tape.
All right. And what kind of rope? Really thin or thick, or what do you remember about the rope?
It's like heavy duty, thick rope.
Okay. And do you remember what condition they were in? Were they old, new? What do you remember about it?
They weren't old.
Okay.
It didn't seem like they were old.
All right. And where were they located in relation to this chair that sounds like it's in the basement?
Yeah.
Okay. So where were they in relation to the chair, the desk chair you mentioned?
On them? Like it was sitting on the seat.
Okay. And you last saw those supplies on May 17th on the Sunday before your mom picked you up?
Yes.
Judge, this would be a logical time for us to take a break.
All right, let's break at this point and talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Okay. Wow. Holy cow. We've got Zach's daughter on the stand and doing a very convincing job answering questions. The DA is asking questions. His bedside manner. Okay, you guys have been to the doctor. Sometimes they're good doctors and they're bad doctors, and sometimes their bedside manner might be good if they're a bad doctor, and sometimes their bedside manner might be bad and they're a good doctor. Well, here we've got a lawyer who the way he approached the patient, or in this case the witness, is very abrasive, just straightforward, right in her face type thing. I'm not sure if he has kids, honestly. He's treating this witness, this young girl, teenager, a lot like he would an adult.
I think
like a police officer or something.
It was your victim witness person who came up here and grabbed about 5 or 6 of these hearing assist devices and was passing them out to people. They're there for people who need them, and after that, they're on a first-come, first-served basis because of the limited number that we have. And now today I noticed that when the last person over here arrived, another person, the person in the blue there, or green, I've got male color blindness, handed her one, and it was not the one she had been using, so she had been holding one. And that defeats the purpose of having them available for people as they need them. So that's got to stop.
People are saving the hearing assistance
you're not
devices.
Allowed to chew gum in the court.
Ooh, no gum. You can't chew gum. Judge can play Angry Birds with friends or whatever it is, but you can't chew gum in the court. The DA, that this judge has allowed, and we've seen this sort of, it's like a trend. I don't know if this is the thing, but the
next thing that we are planning on getting into, Judge, is this witness's knowledge of the extensive marijuana grow that was taking place at this residence.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
So I wanted to break so that the court had an opportunity to talk about that. So I'm also, you know, I understand that it is the defendant and the defendant's daughter, but there is I don't know if the court is watching the demeanor of the defendant, but there's an awful lot of facial expression happening, and it is clearly impacting a 14-year-old girl. And I'm not saying he's intimidating her. I'm simply making sure the court is aware of that, and I don't know if the court feels that there's anything untoward about that, or if it would be appropriate for the defendant to try to keep himself in check. Certainly, the court asked other witnesses previously to try to be as stolid as they possibly could. So
I have been watching both the defendant and the child's mother, and
They're both doing it.
and others. Everybody, you're all being watched. And believe me, nothing that would be, in my opinion, an effort to influence the child in any way or make this more difficult will be tolerated, and it will be addressed rapidly. I have not seen anything either from the defendant or from mother that I thought was any kind of a problem.
completely defer to the court. Just wanted to be sure the court was thinking about it.
No, it's a reasonable.
He's on
precaution.
notice. Okay.
Some subtle communications from the witness to Mr. Anderson. I don't know if it was facial or just mouthing while there was waiting for a question, but so maybe there could be some instruction about that too.
Well,
Didn't on her.
I would expect that there'd be some mother and father are here and on adverse sides of a case, and the child's got a very, very difficult experience she's going. I have not noticed anything either in the behavior of any of the spectators or nor did I notice. You made some reference to the child being affected. I had not myself detected that.
She is looking over and getting smiles from the defendant and smiling back, and there's a
Okay, if I could, Judge, I've been observing her as Attorney Gravely's been asking questions. My client has not prompted any of that behavior. She has been looking over here and has been looking at him and smiling, and that's been unprompted. So I don't think the representations of the state are very fair right now.
I don't think he's suggested. Well, first off, let me start off by saying I can't see her face, and even if I turned down the TV, I wouldn't be able to see her face. At least I'm not supposed to be able to. So, so I don't know what's going on there. I have noticed that she has looked both in the direction of her mother and her father, which I think is quite normal.
Jury's out, and the witness is also not here right now.
And I have looked at both father and mother at various times, and haven't noticed anything improper. If I do, it'll be taken care of.
Okay.
But I'm not going to. I would encourage both anybody, but particularly the parents, to resist any effort of recognition. On the other hand, I can understand why a parent wouldn't want to, when child is in a difficult experience, not going to give some kind of support. But it's a legitimate concern, Mr. Gravely, and it will continue to be scrutinized.
I certainly trust the stewardship of the court with that issue. So, okay, so...
Plus, I think there are stills being taken, so I will enlist the aid of the... I'm not going to tell them what to do, but of the Fourth Estate.
Fourth Estate, the press.
If they see anything newsworthy...
The judge wants to see
snap
it.
a shot.
Oh, good.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so I do need a short break, of course, but also then the issue would be the next area of inquiry I intend to go into is what this then 12-year-old daughter has in terms of knowledge of marijuana being manufactured, produced on a large scale at this location. It goes directly to her credibility as a reporter of information. She is many of the things she says are confirmed by the search warrant, and so and that's evidence already that has been brought out and is in evidence in this case. I don't intend to belabor it, but I do intend to talk about the things that she specifically brought up in the report, because I think when a jury, when her truthfulness about any of this is challenged, then the jury has a full ability to determine, okay, based on what she said, what is it that could be verified by other means? And much of what she can be verified is that.
I'm not going to repeat the entire objection that the defense had previously made as far as Marquand Washington went, but the essence is the same.
No, it's not the same.
I'm saying that the essence of the objection.
Okay, fair enough.
Not the situation. The same legal analysis that we had done previously, and that other acts evidence shouldn't be used to bolster a witness's credibility when the claims aren't to it's not to an element of an offense, it's just to the credibility. And this individual is just a witness. So that's what I meant, Judge, by that it's in essence the same, is that our legal argument would be the same.
Well, I'll tell you what, the situation with Mr. Washington was different in the sense that it was going to get into a couple of drug dealers bragging about their business performance, if
it's a pissing
believed,
contest.
and it added, in my estimation, nothing to bolster anybody's credibility. On the other hand, there is evidence, as Mr. Grayley points out, about the defendant being involved in some sort of a marijuana growing or cultivation, and so there, I don't see it as causing any particular harm in the case. I think some very brief examination in this area would be non-prejudicial and contextual. So, and it's, again, I don't even think it approaches the category of other crimes, wrongs, and acts. So
that's fine. And then just on that decision, Judge, again, just reiterating that I will be seeking cautionary instruction 274, and also will note that if the state at this point, the defense views that given the ruling and the state's assertion of what it's going to be bringing in has opened up the door for us to question other people, such as officers, on the items that were found in the home as it relates to marijuana. So if they want to open that door, that's up to them. But we will then be going into it, given the court's ruling and the state's assertion.
I'll leave your remarks without comment.
No comment.
I was going to say something.
You were probably going to say that the attorneys really deserve a break of about 5 minutes. And, should proceed.
All right, I can see we've reached a time of desperation, so go ahead.
What time, Judge, do you want us back?
Oh, let's aim for about 2 minutes after 11.
They get 8 minutes.
Accurate time.
They get 8
what
minutes.
Time?
2 minutes after that clock. There's some time freak.
It's 10:53. Yeah.
It's let's say in 7 minutes.
TMI. I have to go to the bathroom out of the defense. So apparently there's going to be a run on the bathrooms. All the attorneys are headed there right now. This is actually pretty interesting. Not the bathroom part, but what's going on. I'm not familiar with what the cautionary instruction 274 is regarding, but the weed, the issue about the weed, a couple of people have asked, why are they bringing this up? Why is that important? And basically the defense in their questioning, if you remember all the way back to when they were showing pictures of Zachariah Anderson's house and the police searching it, there was one picture where on the back of the house there was a couple trash bags piled up, and the defense said, "Did you inspect these?" type thing, and they said no. That was the defense opening the door for the weed. In those bags were evidence, dirt, soil, remnants of the grow operation, the marijuana grow operation. And that's the whole thing that opened this door. So all the debate, every time they say, hey, we don't want the prosecution to be able to ask about this, that it hinges on that moment where they asked a police officer if they searched those bags. That was the decision that opened the door, according to the judge. And so now this comes in back and forth. The instruction says Nicole, the instruction is to remind the jury marijuana evidence is not to be used as proof of this crime. So that's the prior acts. That makes sense. The judge thinks that any talking about the marijuana grow isn't prejudicial. A lot of you have mentioned in chat that 60% of the United States is on board with marijuana being legalized in some form or another. In Wisconsin, it's my understanding at this time that it's not legal, that there is no legal use, at least recreationally. Possibly there is medically. Let's see, Wisconsin, zero tolerance on pot, no medical, no nothing. Okay, so both are out. Thank you, Ivan, for that. Ivan's our local Wisconsin expert, and what do we call you, Ivan? You're like a champion for the state. Apparently, nothing is wrong in Wisconsin, according to Ivan. So thank you for that. I appreciate that update. The child's still on the stand. I think she's doing a phenomenal job. Her testimony is strong. Her words are strong. The response, she's using advanced language. I realize that, but she sounds like a smart kid. She has a good memory. There's no way that a kid could be coached and know the order of the questions and how to respond. She's doing it. It comes across as authentic. That what she's sharing is from her memory, and sometimes, I mean, there's moments where the kid in her comes out. She saw the picture of her dad taking a selfie with a flip phone in the mirror, and she's like embarrassed. She's like, "Oh my goodness, that's my dad," type thing. You just see that, and then other times she's referring to him as the defendant. Sorry, sound effects are back up until court starts again. Ivan says, I'm a Wisconsin nationalist and apologist. Yes. Very good. So don't make fun of anything, including the state seal, which there it is, the state seal with was it the state turnip? Is that the turnip on the top? Oh, wait, it's a badger. Sorry, Ivan. My bad. You can't make fun of that with Ivan, or else he'll come at you. MCAT just gifted a membership. Congratulations goes
Alex
to
stole it as well.
Ritz. Ritz just got a membership courtesy of MCAT. Thank you so much, MCAT, taking care of the internet today, being first in chat. You do own the internet. Congratulations, MCAT. Thank you for your support as well. Let's see. Marijuana grow operation is not murdering someone. It's not the same, but it does. Clearly, the only reason the prosecution is going to present this evidence is if it is going to further their cause. So to say that it's not equal to murder, I agree. It's not equal to murder. It's against the law. It is in Wisconsin. Some states, it's not an issue. Thank you, Judge Manning. You guys have found all the commands. But the only reason the prosecution is bringing this evidence in about the marijuana is because it makes Zach look bad. It makes him look like a criminal. It's like, oh, he's growing marijuana. Well, maybe he also, knocks off ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend's boyfriends. It makes him look bad. And so that's where they're going there. I think they'll push that. I think the state is going to push it until they get an objection from the defense. Even with the cautionary instruction that the judge may or may not read. Sometimes he's said before, when asked to give this cautionary instruction, he's like, I gave it before. I think the jury remembers, and just goes with it. So I'm not sure if he's going to refresh that in their memory or not.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Large-scale weed growing, that's what the garbage bags are for. The 13-gallon garbage bags could be an explanation for why he was at Walmart buying those garbage bags.
Taking it easy.
Also the explanation for the gloves. If he was doing a little bit of harvesting, didn't want to get that sticky icky on his fingers, that could also be a thing. Daughter is doing an awesome job. She's doing great. Grace under pressure. It's not easy if I was on the stand. Yeah, both her parents are there, and she's asking questions. She's being asked questions, or will be asked questions that make, at one time or another, her mom or her dad look really bad. I was thinking about this, and there have been situations where a kid is on the stand testifying, and sometimes you would say, in this case, I realized the defense could do something. They could go in, they could ask questions, they could score some points and look really bad doing it, and so it's best just to move on and try that with other witnesses. I think the defense is going to cross this witness. I think she's smart enough. She's put together enough that they can ask her questions and try to gain some ground back that they've lost from her testimony. But it's a tightrope act. They could easily go too far. The daughter, I mean, your impression, all of us, is sort of like Brandy Churchwell on her channel. She calls everybody the 13th jurors. We're sort of like jurors in a little bit. We're experiencing this from an outside perspective without the legal training of going through law school and having a law degree and having argued in court and been a witness before, or expert testimonies, things like that. We're seeing this from the outside, and your perspective of this witness, of her name's Olivia. I know the mom's shared it a couple times. We're not trying to out her on that. It's been shared dozens of times in this courtroom already. But the perspective of this daughter on the stand and how you view her is probably very similar to how the jury sees her. So when you think of, what's the jury thinking right now? Well, what are you thinking right now? What are you thinking of this witness? It's probably very similar. So if the defense comes in on cross and just gets right in her face and just forces her to say difficult things or gets her rattled and things like that, odds are the jury feels similar to how you do about that line of questioning. So that's the tightrope the defense has to walk there. Let's see. Bite Me says, a garbage bag stuffed with weed, then bag stuffed in a 5-gallon bucket and buried in the ground. I know that people have done this. Tish says, from what I saw in day trial 3, I think he still had or has pending drug charges. He does. Those charges are pending. He has not been sentenced on those. That has not worked its way through the system. And was still growing approximately 72 plants, approximately 72,000. They're worth about $1,000 a piece is what I heard. Friends tell me. I have no firsthand knowledge there. Goodman Law, Nicole says, I have a feeling that cross is not going to be pleasant. Defense counsel is brash at best, and I don't think she's going to be friendly even with her client's daughter. Right. Nicole, I think the state, we've talked about this, the bedside manner or the approach that the DA is taking with this daughter on the stand is very matter of fact. It's almost like, pardon the expression, but damn the torpedoes. I want my information. I have to ask the question type thing. And he just goes for it. And it's not with that approach where you're thinking I've got to also consider what's in the best interest of the child. He's not doing that. He's just going for it. He's just charging ahead. And that may actually give the defense some latitude because of how the prosecution has handled her. It might give some room in the approach for how the defense handles her without them coming off as more harsh with the witness. So it could be a very, very spicy cross, and it could turn ugly pretty fast. Let's see. Her memory about the seats in the back was very clear. She knows about the carpet being there because she rode in the back. The twin brothers were in the back. She was in the back, and she knew that the carpet was there. The seats were there. That's why she testified to that. That goes against what we heard as evidence from the Zach's employer, who said that he used his minivan to haul junk away from the job sites, and the carpet had been removed before this event happened. Let's see. Michelle says, I just read Nicole Mueller, that's the girl, the Claus lawyer, her law firm bio. She's got serious credentials, Columbia University, Marquette University Law School, and background to boot. No wonder she's impressive.
Back, taking it easy.
Nicole, I believe, I heard she was in the top 40 under 40 of lawyers. She is the top of her game. And you see this in a couple of places. When Nicole is challenged with an objection where she's forming a question, think back to Jim Griffin in Alex Murdaugh's trial, okay? When he was trying to ask a question and he would be challenged, Jim's a great guy. He's probably a really good lawyer, but it's difficult for him to pivot and come at that question the same way or a different direction that allows him to get around the objection. So he'd sit there for a while and he'd be like, I just, how do I say this? She's not like that. Nicole can just turn the whole thing on a dime and come at it at a different angle and get to that same point. She's very good. She thinks on her feet very quickly.
Bring the jury.
And she has personal knowledge of the case that's vast. And so she knows all sorts of stuff. She's able to recall that. So yes, she's a fantastic lawyer, even if you disagree with what she's doing or how she's defending or why she's defending or anything else. But Zach probably could not get a better lawyer for his defense. Let's see what other questions we have. We can answer as many as possible. Let's see. Okay, Golden Mare says, Golden Law Firm, yes, definitely will not be friendly to the daughter witness. Her client is fighting a murder charge, but this child has dealt with her dad demanding ways that'll help her. I think the defense, says Suzanne, will try to get the motion of memory and perception of things through the eyes of the child, and maybe she's mistaken about one or two things, maybe more blurry on things. I don't know. Part of me wishes the defense just says no questions, and that they move on. That they say this is a child, this is dangerous territory for us to go on. We could flip any hesitant jurors that are on the fence right now might just hate us if we do this, and we might lose them. So let's see who else. If you have a question for me, do what Sharon did here and tag me. Do the @Recovery Addict, and I'll try to answer your questions. MCAT is checking your mic. Check. 1 2 3 1 2 3. Yep, Ari's mic sounds good. Thank you, Sharon McDonald, helping MCAT take care of the internet today. Appreciate both of you. Thank you. Those are the first two people in chat this morning. Donovan says, I like her bulldog attitude. Tish says she's fierce for sure, rough and gruff, but gets the job done. It's worrying for society that an 11-year-old girl with a vested interest is considered more reliable than a woman in her 40s with no vested interest. The van was already gutted. This is, TF, this goes to the jury's prerogative, where they can hear evidence, and they do. The juries all the time in court, in trial, sometimes from experts, sometimes from lay witnesses, will hear evidence that competes against itself. Both people cannot be right, yet both people have testified under oath that what they say is correct. The jury has to weigh that evidence. They have to weigh the source. They have to weigh the circumstances, every factor available to them that they can perceive or hear or consider is on the table as they weigh the evidence and decide what they believe and what they don't. Whether the believability of the evidence, that's their prerogative, and they'll have to make that decision. They'll have to say, was this employer, was her memory accurate? Would she know that at that exact time that's when that happened, or did she see it after or before or something? I don't know. She wouldn't have seen it after. He was arrested 2 days after the murder occurred. So there's very little window for her to see the van after the murder occurred. But I don't know. I myself have been a witness in a traffic court where my testimony directly opposed someone else's testimony. And I knew what I had seen, and the other person was just as adamant that they knew what they had seen. So, can you stop your child from testifying? This sounds like a question you should ask Matthew Harris, one of our resident lawyers. Good with family law as well. I believe you can't really stop anyone from testifying. A subpoena has some a lot of power behind it. But I think you'd have to sort of go ahead with the subpoena. How long has the defendant been in custody? Since he was arrested. I think he's sitting on a $750,000 bond. Let's see here. The judge is bringing people back. Sorry if I did not get to your question. I'm way behind.
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Jury has 21 steps to come down from their jury room upstairs to down to the courtroom. Because of the steps, the judge allows them sometimes to just go into the library across the hall.
Bring the jury.
Bring the jury, says Judge Newman. A child remembers way more than you think. My son remembered things from me when he was 3 years old up to this day, age 12. It was traumatic to her. Of course she will remember. We got the booger testimony. That was so nice of her to say, I don't want to say these in court because the victim's mom is here. I don't want to say these names. And I'm thinking they're going to be like F-bombs or something. And she's like, no, he calls him Beaner and Booger. I'm like, that was so polite of her to understand that would not be polite. She wouldn't want to say that in front of the victim's mom. Here we go again. Christy Aiken says, I listened to an expert witness interview and he said something that he has to take an oath in testimony, but lawyers do not have that oath during the trial. Thoughts? The lawyers they're officers of the court, so they have a duty as well that their credentials in court basically ride on. Like their license to practice law. They have all sorts of oaths that they have to uphold. So whether they're not necessarily sworn in during trial, but they have a a broader, maybe Nicole can comment on this, but a broader duty to uphold the truth and reply. Nicole says, you cannot stop a child testifying. However, depending on their understanding and ability to comprehend, questioning may be precluded from testifying.
Up through that visit you had at the tree farm, at your father's residence, what, if anything, do you know about drugs being produced there, made there somehow?
Quite a bit.
Okay. So what drugs do you remember being produced there in some fashion?
Marijuana.
Okay. Any others?
Not that was grown.
Okay. And as to marijuana, what do you know about what was happening at that residence? Meaning your dad's residence, the defendant.
He was growing it.
Where in the house was it being grown?
In between the kitchen and living room.
Okay. On the top level or on a bottom level, if you know?
No, main floor.
Okay. And what do you remember about the process that you saw? How was it being done?
There were a lot of plants there, and
Do you believe you know how many?
I do.
How many?
72.
Okay. And what do you remember about how they were being grown?
My dad had a water system, and they were just in rows, and there was a place to dry them in the back, and it wasn't anything like a little small operation.
Okay. So describe the water system. What do you remember about that?
It was just like...
Judge, I'm going to object as far as relevance into going all the minute details of the operation.
Well, we are getting...
in the weeds. Ha ha ha. Say it. Say into the weeds.
Keep in mind, and it's been true throughout the trial, there are materials coming in that are not directly pertinent to
Here's the cautionary
the crimes
statement.
charged in the information. And I've sustained objections to some of them. I also spoke with you earlier about some of the things that were let in that might ordinarily not have been let in, but for our evidentiary rules I've permitted. This, well, I'll leave it at that. Keep in mind that the defendant is not charged with anything related to a drug offense.
In this
and
court.
Also, it's being permitted for legitimate reasons in the case, which I'm not going to go into right now. But you're not to allow it to convince you that he is as a character trait or a bad character, and that he acted in conformity with that in respect to the offenses charged against him. It's what's called, it's admitted for limited purposes, limited admissibility, and please don't draw any inferences about his character as a result of that. Any question about that? Thank you. Go ahead.
Can you briefly describe what you meant by a water system? What do you remember?
It was just...
They objected to this.
It
and the judge
required a
didn't
lot
really
of
handle it.
building in the process, and it took up a lot of the time. It just took a lot of time to build it and make everything work the way he wanted it to.
And what, if anything, can you say about observing the defendant tending the plants, busy tending the plants at times you were there?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what did you see him do that was tending the plants?
trimming them, cutting just like normal, like, plant keeping, I guess. Like, if you were to grow marijuana, like, it would just be like a normal plant process of growing them and like trimming them and stuff.
And what, if anything, can you say about approximately when they were harvested, if you know?
No, I really don't know. That was something that he definitely did on his own time.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you know about whether what, if anything, did the defendant say about how much of it he had sold? What was your understanding of how much had been sold?
The last time I talked to my dad, well, not necessarily talked to him. It was probably a week before I actually last talked to him. He told me that he had gotten rid of it all, which then when they had went through the house, I found out was not true.
Okay, so when he said he got rid of it all, what did that mean?
Like he had sold everything that he had harvested from it.
Okay. So now I'm just going to show you a couple of quick pictures. So the first picture is which? No, marijuana.
States Exhibit 1.
Okay, so again, that's States Exhibit 1, number 307. It's going to show up on the TV screen. I'm just going to ask you if you recognize this item from your father's home. Is that something familiar to you from your father's home?
Looks like a bit of bud.
Can I ask what that is?
You don't know. Okay. All right. Then I have no other question about that. So let me show you now what's been marked as States Exhibit 1, 308. So that is an item in a container. Do you recognize that?
I know the mason jar is his, but I don't know what's inside of that jar.
Was there something kept in the refrigerator that you were told about?
I'm going to object. She's already said she doesn't know what it is.
Well,
this is actually a separate question.
Yeah. Was there something?
I don't know what that is. In the fridge, you were asking.
Yep.
I don't know what they were used for necessarily. There were mushrooms of some sort in the door side in a opening somewhere where you would keep your butter, right? In the fridge where you would put your sticks of butter. That's where it was, in his fridge.
And were the mushrooms stored in jars of this type?
I have no idea.
Okay. I'm saying when you saw them in the fridge.
No, they were in a bag.
Very good.
To me, that does not look like a mushroom.
Okay.
So,
what does a mushroom look like that you saw at your dad's house?
They were.
I object to relevance.
I assume we're at the very end of this.
Yep, we are. Very end.
I'm going to allow it.
You can try to answer the question if you like.
Okay. I don't know. They were like an off-white with some like brown of some sort, and they were just really thin. I remember them being very thin, like almost miniature slim mushrooms.
Just an oyster mushroom.
Hold on for just a moment.
Let's see if they have anything else for. Since the discussion with the judge about facial expressions, Zach has been a little more reserved. But it's possible also that his daughter is not making eye contact with him right now. We can't see both. Well, we can't see the witness, but we can't see both at the same time. Some people who know are telling me there's no way you could have 72 mushrooms in that house. Or sorry, 72 weed plants in that house. There wouldn't be space. I would believe 72 plants based on all the garbage bags out and back, all the grow, that's more evidence of about 72 plants, just in my estimation. I have found, while I've been up hiking in the mountains, I've found
recall a time that something was found under your little brother's car seat.
Correct.
What was found?
I'm going to object. This is something that she has no personal knowledge of
I
and
do.
would have been told.
I do.
Well, when we're
About
talking
the finding.
personal knowledge in the courts, we're talking about something you've seen with your own senses or heard with your own ears?
He's told her about it. He's told her about it. The defendant has told her about
Well,
yes.
That's...
I'm asking her to be quiet.
When you say you know what was the source of your information?
He told me.
He told you. What's your objection?
Hearsay.
So just how the question was phrased made it seem it wasn't, did the defendant say?
Okay.
So if that's what it's going to be, then that's
Statement
fine.
from the defendant's allowed around hearsay.
The foundational question to
fine.
get there. Yeah. So did you come at some point to know that a phone had been found under one of your little brother's car seats?
In fact, I knew about it. He had told me about this phone that he put underneath there, and in fact, he instructed me to watch where my mother was going on his desktop, and it tracked all the way to Mr. Gutierrez's house.
Wow. She wanted to say that.
So at some point you saw that on a computer as well?
Correct.
Okay.
It sounds like the defendant, Zach, all the harvesting and drying and stuff was done separate from the kids.
I have no further questions.
Here we go.
Let's examine.
If I can just have a moment, there's pieces of physical discovery that I'm going to need for my cross-examination.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, so they did not say no questions. They're going to venture into these waters. Let's see how she handles this. Also, is going to be very telling the mannerisms of the witness. We can only hear her voice. We can't see any facial expressions, but we're going to find out very quickly if she's going to be hostile
10 times?
To defense or not.
Oh, many times.
The judge is playing random question games with the jury. Not many judges do this. Not many judges just interact with the jury on unrelated matters during court, but this one does. Let's see. She's going to make her identify drugs, I bet, to prove she knows. Julie, no, we have the defendant's daughter. I think she's 15 years old right now, is my understanding. She's on the stand. She's been very strong, had a very clear recollection, or been able to recount very clearly answers to questions. I think the defense probably got everything they wanted from her out of that. Even the testimony about the office chair with duct tape and rope on it downstairs in the basement, which we just skipped over the biggest factor. The kids were playing with Legos on the floor, and they fell through the floorboards. You remember the pictures of the house? This was an unfinished home. If you can play on the floor and toys fall through the floor, they're on like raw boards with gaps in between. So they had to go down to the basement and pick up that toy piece. Interesting. The defense right now is getting some exhibits ready they're going to use to question the witness with. This young girl might prove a match for the defense. I think she will. I mean, you can tell she's strong. You'd hear her pipe up, and she's like, I know about this. I know firsthand about this. And clearly her understanding is different than the court's understanding about what firsthand knowledge means. But this is going to be interesting to see how this goes. I hope she stays strong, and I hope that they do a good job. I hope I want justice to happen in any court case. I want if he is innocent, I want the jury obviously to find him not guilty. But at the same time, right now, I really want this girl to win in this showdown with this very, very talented lawyer. And we're going to see how this goes. They're sharing a little laugh there. I'm not sure. We need more lip readers. Yeah, this might be what drives this this young girl into the legal profession. Okay, just making sure there's no more questions. She's been fed things by mom, no doubt, but the spy story is damning enough. The drug stuff is all garbage, though, in my opinion, says Evan. Yeah, they brought it in to make him look bad. It has nothing to do with this case directly. There's no evidence that that it was, other than the fact that it occurred at his house, that it was connected at all with this case.
Good morning.
Possibly the drug money.
So I want to I'm going to be walking through a bunch of things that the state went through with you, but I also want to go through some other details. First thing is, we'll start with the weekend you were at the tree farm. You, the state had said Sunday the 17th, changed it to the weekend, but you were there on Saturday, May 16th, 2020, right?
I probably was. I don't really remember the quite dates like that.
Okay.
Like referencely like that. But yes, it was somewhere around that time.
So, because after you went to the tree farm, did you go back home and spend the night at your dad's?
You probably are right, it is Saturday.
Okay. Because you remembered that afterwards you went home and spent the night.
Correct.
And when you were at the tree farm, there were other people there, right? Who else was there?
I know one of my uncles was. I remember my grandpa being there. And that's really it.
Was your aunt there?
I don't remember.
And you said your grandfather and then one of your uncles, was that Solomon Anderson?
No.
Joshua Anderson?
Correct.
Okay. So you go to the tree farm, and what did you do that day?
Hung out at the tree farm. We were planting new seedlings and stuff in the field. I don't know, it was just a normal day at the farm. Like, there wasn't anything off.
And you said you and your brothers went?
Yeah.
And your dad? And so you guys get there, you're going to have a good day at the tree farm. When you get there, what do you do when you first get there?
Said hi to everybody.
So you got out of the car?
Yeah.
And then you went and said hi to everyone?
Yeah.
And then what did you do? After you said hi to everyone, what did you do next?
I think I know where she's going. Yeah, and this is it.
You said you were planting saplings, things of that sort. So did you go out into the fields? That's basically what I'm trying to get at.
Sorry, before you said my aunt, correct?
Yeah, I asked if your aunt was there.
I think that you would be referring to Zenith.
Correct.
Yes, she was there. Me, her, Josh, my dad, Grandpa.
The boys.
The boys. I think that was really who was it.
Yeah, so after you get out of the car, you say hi to everyone who's there. What do you do next at the tree farm that day?
She might be trying to show that she has no memory of really what happened, other than what she may have gone over with the prosecutors or with.
If you're asking what I was doing, I was hanging out with my little brothers.
Okay, and were you hanging out in the barn? Were you hanging out in the fields? Where exactly were you hanging out with your brothers?
We were hanging out in the vehicle.
You were hanging out in the vehicle?
We had went back to the vehicle, and then we ran around out in the field. The tree farm's pretty big. There's a lot of things for kids to do there, so, we just ran around, explored. I don't know.
Yeah, so you're out and about. You're not playing in the car.
No, not necessarily. No.
You're out on the whole tree farm, which it is big. Lots of things to do there.
Yeah.
And so then after you're playing, hanging out, do you all get dinner together? Or do you go back in the car and go back to your dad's house?
We probably stopped for food on the way back, I'm sure, because it was a long ride. But otherwise, we went back to the house and ate lunch there and then took a nap because it was part of our schedule.
And so when you were there for that day then, when you were at the tree farm, you were playing with your brothers. When you were playing with your brothers, was your dad around?
He was planting the seedlings, so no.
Okay.
He was like out in the, like, we were in two different fields. So
Because
no.
there's like kind of a front field and a back field, right?
The front field.
You were in the front field.
He was in the front field.
Okay.
I was not.
Okay, so you couldn't see him.
I could see him,
But
I just wasn't around him.
Okay. And he was with Josh and his dad?
Yeah. I had gone back there like a couple of times just to see what they were doing, and stuff like that. But otherwise, I wasn't like back there all the time.
And so when they were conversing, if you weren't there, you wouldn't be able to hear them, though, about what they were talking about?
No.
Okay. So your testimony earlier was that when you were in the van, you were sitting in the front seat, and the boys were sitting in the back seat of the van, and that there were no seats in the middle.
Correct.
And could you see that space in between perfectly without obstruction?
Yeah.
There was nothing. So in that...
There was obviously my own dad's junk in his own car, because that's pretty normal. But, I mean, other than the normal stuff that was in the car already, no, there were no middle seats.
And there was nothing else on the carpet other than some trash and...
Maybe some clothes or something. I don't know. Just typical stuff.
Typical man stuff in a van.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Counsel, would you be so kind to pull up the exhibit of the carpet, the back of the car with the carpet taken out? What was that? Exhibit 1.
They're going to pull up the picture of the back of the van with no carpet in it. We'll have some question on those lines. Nicole's doing a good job on this line of questioning to not come across as hostile. I don't think the witness views her as hostile right now.
Number 260.
Tiny bit. But I think, and she's even the way she talks to the counsel, would you be so kind as to do this? She wants to be seen as very kind right now from the witness.
Okay, so you remember being asked about this photo earlier?
Yes.
And you had said that you did not observe the van like this on the 16th, right?
No, I did not.
So, I hate to make you get up. Maybe I'll just get up. Judge, can I have your stick?
We have the magic pointing stick that's going to be employed here. Hopefully it will be used on the Elmo where we can see where she's pointing. Otherwise we just have to guess.
So, if the back seats were in, they would be locked in right here. Correct?
Yeah.
So if the seats are there, you're not necessarily going to be able to see directly underneath.
No, there was carpet underneath there.
You could see completely underneath.
I could see completely underneath the seats. That seat was not like that.
Okay. And you're saying that there was nothing in this area?
No.
Just open?
I mean, besides what my dad's stuff was in his car, no. There was nothing out of the ordinary.
So where was the chainsaw?
In the trunk.
Where in the trunk? The back seats are back there.
No. The trunk cuts off right behind those seats.
So there's enough space with the back seats.
The click, the back seat, stops right where you're pointing.
Here. So you're saying the chainsaw was right here?
Correct.
When did you see the chainsaw? And I'm good with that exhibit, thank you.
Thank you. When we had gone to the tree farm, I noticed that my uncle, grandpa, and dad were exchanging or fixing his, so that we had brought it there to fix the chainsaw. At the same time, my dad was also cutting down trees in his yard, so.
So, you remember speaking with detectives on multiple occasions, right?
Which one?
I'm just saying, it was not just one time that you spoke with detectives. There were multiple times.
Yeah.
The first time was when you and your mom went to the police department on May 19th, 2020. That was the first time, right? You guys went there together?
I'm not sure. I've met with so many different people and talked about this situation with so many different people. I probably couldn't even recall any of the times that you're about to ask me.
Okay. But the first time, so then do you remember it wasn't until the first time you met with law enforcement, you didn't tell them anything about a chainsaw, correct?
Correct. I didn't feel that it was very needed since it wasn't used for this case.
So you said, though, that one of the times you talked to detectives that while you were at the farm, your dad never took that chainsaw out of the van. Do you remember telling detectives that?
I don't remember saying that.
Is it possible you said that?
Not sure.
So what
She's getting
happened
hostile.
then? Maybe if you could explain now. Did he never take the chainsaw?
No, he definitely took the chainsaw.
Okay, so
he definitely brought it into the barn and they were fixing on it and doing chain stuff on it and seeing what was wrong with the chain. Oh yeah, I remember that like the back of my hand. He definitely took it out of the vehicle and brought it into the barn.
So then you wouldn't have said that he never took the...
No, like I said, I did not say that.
You did not say that. That would be a lie if you said that.
Objection, to call something a lie would be to...
Lie is
strong
one
word.
form of
I will
inaccurate
rephrase.
statement. Go ahead.
Thank you. That would be an untrue statement.
Same objection.
Well, inaccurate.
That would not...
Possibly.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
It's not what you saw.
I'm saying I'm not sure, but I do remember him bringing a chainsaw to the tree farm and him taking it out of the van and bringing it to the workshop.
And do you remember saying that your dad was wearing flip-flops when he got to the tree farm and that he then changed into your grandfather's boots when he was there?
I do remember saying that, actually.
And your dad wore flip-flops
all the time.
All the time. Even in like weird weather where...
I mean, snowing, sleet, heavy packed snow, he's wearing sandals. There's no question.
Even when it makes literally
no sense. Yeah, sandals.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's trying to...
Rain, snow, like you said, everything. Yeah. And a lot of times, too, he would wear these sandals and then change into different shoes when he was at the farm.
He always had other shoes. He just preferred to wear his flip-flops if he was running in and out of somewhere or just anything simple. My dad was very simple. So for him to wear flip-flops all the time, it was just easy for him.
Yeah. And his being simple also translated to his style, right?
I guess I'm going to object to questions about the defendant's style. It seems irrelevant.
The state talked about everything he was wearing. That's where I'm going with this.
Well, whether it was fashionable or not would be irrelevant.
Going to overrule this one, I think.
It doesn't sound like it's terribly relevant.
Okay. Your dad had like the same clothes he would wear all the time, the same style. When I'm saying style, I don't mean something that's stylish.
He had different pairs of those clothes.
Exactly. He had this jeans and white t-shirt.
It was his go-to. I mean, waking up, sleeping, he was in jeans, maybe shorts sometimes, but mainly just jeans and a white tee.
Okay. And so when you saw him on, and not saying he's dirty, but he didn't have a washer and dryer at his house.
No.
Okay. And so he had, on the 16th, when you were at the tree farm, he was wearing his, before he changed into the boots, the flip-flops, jeans, white t-shirt.
My dad washed his clothes. I
No,
mean,
yeah.
there were times where he washed his clothes. Like, he just had multiple pairs. And if you're asking me about his style, he wore the same thing every day. Like, literally every single day. There was nothing new about him. He doesn't change ever. Like, he's just him. I don't know.
Yeah. And so I want to go back, though, to the tree farm. He was wearing a white T-shirt, blue jeans, flip-flops. And when on the 17th, when your mom picked you up, he was wearing blue jeans, the same thing. Okay.
He's trying to catch your eye. He's waiting. He's not glancing away at all. Huge deep breath. No washer and dryer, hence the burn pile. Just burn the old clothes when they're dirty. Is that what you're saying, DP? Flip-flops and a chainsaw, not recommended attire for doing some heavy tree pruning. She switches between calling him dad and the defendant at different times. It sounds like she calls him the defendant more when they're referring to things that make him look like he was doing something bad, whether it was growing marijuana or stalking.
Exhibit 300, Defense Exhibit 300. So our pair of blue jeans.
Why does that not seem like my dad's size and know those are not his?
These aren't his?
Whoa.
Can I see them as well?
Sure.
I know she's still looking at them. I don't want to touch them. Is it all right if you?
Oh, yeah, what do you want?
I just want you to.
Levi's? I'm confused. He never wore Levi's. I could be wrong. I'm not sure. Now. It's also been a while, so I'm not really.
And I didn't think you'd memorize like each article. On the witnesses. You didn't memorize. You didn't memorize each article of your dad's clothing, right?
Not like that. I mean, once you kind of know him, you're just like, yeah, he wears jeans and a t-shirt. Like, I didn't really focus on brands like that.
Do these look similar to jeans your dad would wear?
The pockets do. The back does.
The back does?
For sure.
She probably didn't see a lot of his Levi's when he's not wearing them, and my Levi's look a lot bigger when I'm not wearing them than when I put them on. I mean, it's just a fact. She's looking at the clothes with him not in them, and I can understand why she's confused a little bit.
Next one's going to be Defense Exhibit 299.
Orange is the new white.
Side view attorneys, the written material you just received. I did not make any observation that was sent to the clerk, and I provided copies to you.
I don't know what that's about. My pants make a good sale if I've been shipwrecked. When I was teaching science classes, I made a big, huge spandex.
Exhibit 299.
I'll have to tell you the spandex story. It's funny. Ask me one time when you have time. I don't want to talk over the witness.
Is it a question?
White t-shirt.
But
Looks like a white t-shirt your dad would wear.
No, it does not actually.
Okay.
His
Why?
t-shirts I actually did pay attention to. His t-shirts were a different brand. So to me that does not look like his t-shirt.
But you said before you didn't know every single article.
I have his t-shirts. I have pairs of his t-shirts, which is why I know why.
But you
What
don't-
his t-shirts are.
You don't have every single one of them.
No.
Okay.
It's interesting. I'm not sure what ground they're gaining, or what ground she thinks she's gaining by saying those aren't his clothes. There's a good chance that might have been what he was wearing when he was arrested. Which
So
would
you
indicate it was
testified
his.
on direct that your dad had nicknames for Mr. Gutierrez, and one of them was Booger, and that he called them because what he saw by the window. But you also testified that you were right there by the window.
I was.
So were you able to see
After.
that too?
After.
So you weren't there the whole time?
The timing is mixed up. I was in the car when he had went. There were 2 times. He went the first time by himself, and the second time he went with me. Like up to the house. Same night, 2 different times.
Where were you in the vehicle that you could see everything that Mr. Anderson was doing? So on direct, right? You said that right now you're saying there were 2 times. The first time was you pull in and in the bar, near the bar, right? That's what
My
you
father
said.
had told me what he saw.
Well,
Like
no,
up front, had told me what he saw in the car through the window. If that is your question. I was not standing next to that window when he was looking at Mr. Gutierrez the first time. I went up the second time. He had told me about this, but in the same way, I had seen him go around that corner.
So I want to break down kind of what you saw versus what you heard from someone else.
Okay.
So you pull in.
Mm-hmm.
You said that your dad had a video recording device.
Mm-hmm.
And then at some point he went behind to put another cell phone in the air conditioning unit.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's behind the house.
Yeah.
But you're now saying
It's
you
on
were
the
in
side of the
but
house.
You're now saying you were in the car this whole time. You're not out running around the house with your dad.
Objection. Hold on. She has explained that there's 2 different sections. She's out at sometimes and not at others.
I'm asking about the first time.
No, actually, you're not asking. You're saying what you understand the situation to have been. So you can ask what the truth of it is, and then the district attorney is reporting what he thought the testimony was. So why don't you rephrase your question?
I want to break it down a little bit further. You're saying there were 2 times your dad went up to the house that evening, right?
Correct.
The first time, you didn't get out of the vehicle.
No.
So I'm only talking about the first time.
Okay.
The first time you said you saw your dad with a recording device and that you also saw your dad put a cell phone into the air conditioning unit.
Correct.
During this time, you are still in the vehicle.
Yes.
It's dark outside.
But light enough where you can still see.
You said it was the middle of the night.
It is. That doesn't mean I have 20/20 vision, so I can see.
Oh, okay.
I have 20/20.
So you then
Vehicles have windows. I was looking through the window. I could see them.
explain to me your mom's house from where you were parked. You were parked in the bar lot?
Yes.
And were you sitting in the front seat?
Yes.
And you were in the van?
No.
You were in the Audi?
Yes.
She was sitting in the front seat of the Audi. Which way are you facing?
We are backed up. So me sitting in the car, I am facing the tail of the car. I'm looking at the house. When Dad left the car, I was looking to see where he was going, what he was doing.
So you're facing the house. What wall of the house are you facing?
We needed a diagram.
Have you seen a picture of the house?
Yeah.
Okay.
I am.
So I am on the bar side. I am near the back of the house. I am on, if you're looking at it from the field. I don't think you're listening.
She's not. Oh my goodness. A lot of spunk. Judge has not corrected her on that one. She probably shouldn't do that. We need that soundbite. I can't because it's a juvenile, but that would be a funny soundbite.
So I'm just a little confused because you're saying you're on the bar side and the door with the window is on the complete opposite side of the house.
Correct. That does not mean that I did not see him turn that corner and when he came back to tell me what he had saw.
Okay, so again, I only want to know
and
what...
I am. I'm telling you.
Just a moment. Please listen to the whole question and then answer, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I only want to know what you saw, not what... We can get into what he told you later. This is only what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
So you couldn't see that door. You could not see that window from where you were parked.
Correct.
So then when he comes back, you said you get in the car and you kind of pull out, but you don't completely leave, right?
What?
So you said there were 2 times that he went to the house. And in your direct testimony, you said he got back in the car and then went to drive away, but then stopped and got out again, and that was when you came out of the vehicle.
Judge,
right?
Again, that mischaracterizes the testimony. She indicated he came back, he got her. Then there's a third incident where he leaves the car where they partially leave. So when she is retrieved from the car.
How many times did you get out of the car?
I got out twice.
How many times did your dad get out of the car?
3 times. Twice. Because he did not get out of the car the second time when he came to get me. When we were still parked at the bar, he did not come and he came and got me. He didn't sit in the car, drive away.
So he didn't enter the car?
No, not fully. So he only got out twice and I only got out twice.
Okay, she's holding her own.
So the second time then, well, you got out 2 times?
Do I need to re-explain?
No. Please, you can answer a question without a question.
I'm confused.
Okay, well, let's do this.
Let's take a break.
I'll just ask a different question.
Beautiful.
What was the second time, well, the first time you got out of the car then?
It was to go up to the house, to the window that you're talking about, where I can see through the crack of the shades. And that's when he told me to go like this with my shirt. So then the breath marks didn't get on the window.
And then you went back to the car?
And then we did. We both, at that point, had gone back to the car. And we were pulling away. And then we got to, it depends on which way you're going, but the second entry to our driveway, it was the bigger open end to our driveway. And he stops, gets out, and I get out, and I'm like, what are you doing? And I see him taking pictures of his license, of Mr. Gutierrez's license plate, taking his registration, somewhere in the time I see him, but he turned the corner, got the phone, rang the doorbell, and came back to the car, and then we left.
So you didn't see him go to the air conditioning unit?
I did not see him go to the air conditioning unit Correct. But I did see him bring back the phone.
Did you see him go to the air conditioning unit that first time?
Yes.
So, did your mom ever talk to you about what she observed that evening?
I mean, she's my mother. There are things to be discussed about that I don't know how to answer your question.
Well, the question wasn't about the content. It was did your mother ever discuss the matter
a bit
with you?
Okay. And when did she have that conversation with you? Was it
while
close?
ago.
It was close to that time.
Yeah.
And she told you that she thought it was your dad.
No. 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 I knew.
Well, I'm saying, what did she say? I'm not asking what
I already
you
knew
thought.
everything that my mom knew. She wasn't telling me anything that I didn't know already.
Okay. And do you remember telling her that you actually weren't there?
I do remember telling her that. I did.
And that you just knew what had happened because of a video you watched and from what your dad told you?
Yes. In the beginning of all of this, I did not come out.
I didn't have a question.
I was...
This is frustrating for the daughter. Court is not a setting. I mean, she's used to explaining herself in an argument, and the rules of that are so much different than the rules of
On May 19th, 2020, do you remember a time where your mom had left to go down to Kenosha to check on Mr. Gutierrez?
I got lost in that question.
A bit.
Okay. And prior to that happening, your mom had had a conversation with you about how she was worried her friend was missing, right?
Objection. I think it calls for hearsay.
It's already been testified to, Judge.
I believe it's still a hearsay statement, even though it's been testified to.
It's an in-court statement.
We're going to break it this way. And please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And let's try to start again at 1 o'clock. Is that convenient?
So
okay,
that's an hour break. That means we've got our lunch break right now. This daughter's still going to be on the stand when we come back from lunch. Cross has gotten a little testy. The daughter's doing very well. You don't want to get on her bad side, because if she feels you're attacking her, she gets her very defensive. But she's doing really well. She says, do I need to explain myself? The comment, I feel like you're not listening to me type thing, or I don't think you're listening to me. That was perfect. It was gold. It was beautiful. Very strong child. I do think, she did admit that she didn't tell her mom initially that she was there. I'm probably because, she's seen her mom with some boyfriend, and they're probably, lovey-dovey on the couch watching a movie or whatever. Yeah, that's an awkward conversation to tell your mom, hey, guess what I saw, type thing. So anyway, that's interesting. Natural frustration. I think she's doing well. The defense is pushing now. They're not initially when they started. They were cautious. They were polite, nice smiles, ha ha ha. Where it's being very gentle. The gloves are off now. It's very clear whose side they're on and what they're what they think of what she's saying. And so it might be hard to get her to be cooperative in the future. Maybe they can get back a different line of questioning and get her more cooperative on that. But Ivan says she was obviously told how to answer. She's contradicted herself multiple times. It's sad. She was abused by both, and Dad ruined her. I'm not sure if she's been coached. I'm not convinced of that. I do definitely believe she's gone over her testimony as she would have with the prosecution and probably with her mom. And she's as any kid would do. She's recounting all the information she knows about the incident, including what her dad told her he did, and what her mom told her dad did, and what she saw her dad do. And that, in her mind, is one occurrence. And she's telling the whole story without the dividers, those clear-cut dividers that the defense is asking for, saying, just tell me what you physically saw. And she said, well, I know all this stuff because dad told me or mom told me, type thing. That now I know. In her mind, she knows. And it's difficult for her to draw those distinctions, and that's causing problems. When she said, you're not listening, I was dying. Yes, that was hilarious. Going over it equals coaching, says TFC. I'm not sure about the clothes not being the dad's. I'm not sure. I think she's wrong, honestly. I'd be surprised if we have in evidence clothing items that were collected probably from the dad's house or from the dad's person when he was arrested that didn't belong to the dad. I'm not sure why they keep throwing up the Wisconsin v. Brooks placard on the screen, but it's an old one. A few months old, 4 months old. She probably talks to teachers that way too, says S. Texas. Thank you, Goodman. It's always nice when a lawyer agrees with my analysis. So thank you, Nicole. Awesome. Okay, so we have an hour of lunch. This is an hour I give you guys off. You don't have to be back in class here for an hour. So please go ahead and take this break. We're going to reopen and start a new live. So if you want to join us, if you're new here, you haven't watched this before, and you want to join us for the second half of today's trial, and you want to watch with this community and with me, and however we handle things, I'd love it if you'd subscribe to the channel and maybe even click the notification bell. We'll be back probably 45 minutes from now. We'll be back a few minutes before the live just so we can get everything in order and up to speed. I'm going to get a few more live streams going just in case something goes wrong with the one that's working right now. But we'll do that. Other than that, I don't think we have anything else to go over. I'm not seeing any questions that need to be answered desperately right now. So it sounds like we're all hungry and ready for lunch, which I am. So that means we get to play some music and wrap things up here. Thanks so much for watching this first half with us. It's been a great group. You guys are amazing. I do feel this is the best place to watch true crime on the internet, and it's because of you. This community is awesome. This is the best group anywhere. Thank you. Let's see. Go have a pickle sandwich. Yes, I'm a big fan of spicy maple bourbon pickles. If you don't know. They're available at Walmart for $3.84 for a bottle. Single serving size, the jar. But I think I'll have some of those. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Tonight, if you're not able to return in the afternoon, just let me know that tonight when you go home, you should hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe until you join us on the next live. We'll be live in about 45 minutes. First person in chat wins the internet. Doesn't matter what you say. You just have to say something in chat, and that person will be re-gifted the internet. MCAT did a great job with it today. I had a little bit of help, but wonderful. So if you want to be first in chat, make sure you have that notification bell rung so you get notified as soon as that placard comes up. Even before we start going live, you can comment in chat and start sharing your opinions and things like that. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you in a little bit.
I'm not a cat.